Hey y'all, and welcome in. It's going to be another lovely day at the tavern. So let's get through our warm-up stuff here. First, I have to write on a sticky note. I'm gonna introduce myself. Hello, my name is Mia, and we sculpt tabletop minis around here. They're all for 3D printing, doing this for about 6 years. Recently hit about 1,000 models, so I'm cooking some cool stuff today. I stream Monday through Friday around noon Eastern time, or today at 11, again, noonish. Now let's look at some cool stuff. Alright, so in the Discord today, we have a fresh question of the day. If you want to vote in our Discord, just ask for an invite. If not, you just put it in the chat. Today it is, what is your personal favorite part of a D&D session? Combat area playmaps, printed tabletop minis, yes. Storytelling of the DM, yes. Unraveling the plot. My group can never stay focused on the plot, so I wouldn't know. Creative problem solving, yes, I love that. You know, I like combat and area playmaps, but they're not my favorite. They're fine. I want to like combat more, and I'm starting an Eldritch horror campaign with Dr. Wildfire, so I'm really excited about that. Vote. Yes, you're welcome to vote in that. And then also the freebie, which I don't know if it's been updated yet. Ricky's gonna panic. Oh, it's not updated yet. Well, you can get a double freebie right now if I jump on this link right now under M3DM Daily Freebie. And then check again in like 15 minutes as my husband panics, I'm sure, right now. And puts a new one up. Don't worry, honey. All right. Well, damn. That was like record time getting through all the stuff. Yeah, Ricky. I knew he'd be like, oh God. Oh gosh. Yeah, Aloha mentions question of the day in Discord for those who want to vote. Thank you so much, Aloha. You're doing so much and you're awesome. You're really appreciated. But if you ever want to be like, I'm tired of this, Grandpa, you can totally just not do anything. I never want you to feel pressured. But if you continue to do it, it's pretty awesome. Yodi is here. Hello, hello. And Sater. Sater says, you know, Ricky, if we ever do meet in real life, I'm not afraid to be the old dude throwing a dab to greet you. That must happen now. You must remember this. And yeah, no, I figure at some point, Ricky and I travel a decent amount. We have family all over the place. It will take longer to go find Aloha. Aloha's overseas. And then Reaper is a recluse and not as open about their residence. But we'll probably get lunch at some point, Sater. That'd be fun. All right. What else is happening today? I have the most upbeat, remixed, jazzy piano. This is good. Cafe music, background music channel. Good job, Spotify. I like this. It's all Studio Ghibli remixes. We're jamming. Oh, and then today, the Tavern Pet is back to just $30. Which again, it's more of a happy consequence if you guys want to roll the D20 of Destiny. It's $5, and it goes towards a little pool. When it hits 30, we make a Tavern Pet. It resets every day, except I raise it sometimes when I'm trying to get stuff done. But today, it is back, and the peasant inflation has gone away. All right. Well, it's the warm-up, so usually I sculpt something from scratch, and I kind of don't want to right now. So I think I want to create bad. I never do that on stream. I always have a prompt or something. I never just actually sketch and make nothingness. So I don't think that'd be a bad idea to do. Just for I'm not going to do the full 30 minutes. I'm just going to do a little something. And we'll call it good. Usually what I do is I bring up my Pinterest board here. Where I have tutorials, inspiration, that kind of stuff. And I scrolled through it and I was just like, I don't want to do any of this right now. It's not that I don't want to sculpt. I just don't want to do this. So we're going to create bad. This is my favorite assignments I give my students, where you bring up a sphere and you pretty much just sketch, you just scribble. And yeah, I don't know what we're going to do here. Sater says, I've narrowed Reaper to the middle of nowhere, somewhere in the south, eastern quarter of the US. Ricky and I are 99.9% sure we know what state she lives in, but I don't want to freak her out because she shares weather alerts frequently. And my dad is a freaking retired meteorologist, so we're big into weather. We're a weather family. What does that even mean? But I don't want to freak her out. I'm not gonna go find her. Unless she wants me to, I'd love to get lunch, get some barbecue. All right, we're gonna do some sketching. We got a sphere here. We're gonna at least get some nice lighting. Why are you not changing? Ah, yes. So at the top here, these matte caps, they kind of like have baked in light. So when you change your lighting in ZBrush, it doesn't care. If you want lighting to matter, come down to these standard materials. I'm a big fan of Skin Shade. All right, we got a top light, always scrumptious bounce light. And let's make sure my ambient occlusion is doing its thing. Yep. I made a macro, this button that says colors and caps, that's supposed to do most of my lighting for me, but something ZBrush just didn't record, so I always check to make sure it did it. The state, I was like, I have my suspicions too, but no doxing. I don't think saying what state you're in is doxing yourself, but maybe she's like a secret CIA agent. I don't know. Like, y'all know where I live, down to like an hour radius. But I'm also gonna move and buy a house in the next year. I don't know. Based on that comment, barbecue lunch. Sounds like your suspicions line with my own. Yeah. I love the one time Reaper isn't here right in the beginning. Reaper is one of our mods, for those that are lurking. Like, what are you guys talking about? Her username on here is Taylor Beth, but Reaper is what she is in Discord. That's what we call her. And it's more fun. And we have 2 Taylors, so it makes it easier. But anyway, she's here every single stream. This is the first time she hasn't been. And I love that we immediately are talking about her. It's not bad, though. Okay, we're sketching. I don't know what I want to do. What if it had... Yeah, okay. I'm just going to take my move brush and we're going to just kind of create something. I don't even know what. This is my notorious create bad assignment. You're not allowed to get frozen up and worried about how it looks. You're just supposed to create something. Like right now I'm mad that this little thing here was kind of too sharp looking, but that's not the nature of this assignment. That's fun. I don't know what this is. Is this gonna be a face? It's kind of looking like a mask. And obviously you can try to like develop forms and whatnot, but just don't feel pressured. Oh my goodness. There we go. Just Verizon sending me a very, very long text about they've updated their privacy policy. I'm like, you really don't need to text me about this, I promise. I didn't know what it was before and I still don't know and I don't care. Alrighty. Yeah, let's do like a little lines. Again, we don't know what this is going to be. This is just the warm-up of the day. If you're a fellow creative and you're just hanging out and you want to create something, I don't know, you should just start sketching. Just try something out. If you need more prompt than that, it looks like I'm doing some sort of creepy mask. I don't know. Do that. Just like iterating and making random stuff is so important. It's good for the art soul, I think. And especially, like, if it looks good by the end, like, neat. But if it doesn't, even better. Let yourself create without having to be something impressive. Because you can't be good at something all the time. You just can't. If you have a really good day, you know, it's always eventually reversion to the mean. And I feel like the sooner that's embraced, the more you can really start getting to create some cool stuff. Hello. Okay, some of these names on the number list are crazy, long and complicated. Yeah, you're welcome to nerf as you please. Just do initials. I was hoping you'd be able to copy and paste it from the CSV. What if it's like a little scrunchy head and then like it's got a big cloak body? I think I just want to make a little dude here. It's not quite a tavern pet, but just like a little dude. Which means if I want it to be cute, I need to lower the face here. Oh. All right, I want to add some little dangly arms. Yeah, if you're just coming in right now and you're like, oh, what's this? I don't know. We're doing just a warm up right now. And I think it's really important to be able to sculpt and make goofy, bad art and not feel pressed about it. Sometimes I end up with ideas that I end up wanting to refine something, intentional and really cool. But being able to sketch and be ridiculous is so important. I'm going to make these horns their own pieces. I'm just going to delete them. I decided I don't like them. I'm not attached to them. This is what happens with Dynamesh when you have holes in the mesh. It shatters. So we're going to hit close holes first and then do it. There we go. We're just going to make a weird little guy. Oh, maybe not sad. Mad is my default. Relatable. And then I think it'd be fun if he had like super long arms, but then like really short little stubby legs. So let's add a couple tiny little legs. I'm gonna duplicate this little body and just create some little feet. There we go. Amazing. And then I'm gonna give him like a wicked little hunchback too. I think it'd be cute if he's kind of like floating forward. So let's kind of make this more like a little cape almost. Like he's just swooshing forward. And to add to that, let's go ahead and tilt these arms back and make them a bit longer. We're going to ZBrush this little cape, so just a little more even looking. There we go. I guess that was the only bit of color I had in this entire thing. Wow, okay. Let's go with like a purple. All the brown is kind of boring. And then more of a round, weird little face. I think the little feet should be trailing as well. There we go. Oh, by the way, I got my new pen yesterday. It looks exactly the same, but it works, which is really exciting. What are we making? Little dude. I don't know. We're just sketching right now. I started with a sphere, absolutely no plan, and we're just kind of going. I want to give him a little mouth. Mad little mouth. I'm just sculpting me this morning. I think it'd be cool if he had like, I don't know, some sort of little decoration on his head. Nope, it looks like a big zit. Just kidding. Nope, not doing that. So, again, for any of my students that are watching too, or just like other creatives, you have to let yourself just be goofy like this and just make stuff. Or, again, if it comes out looking like something, great. If it doesn't, great. But if you don't ever let yourself just play and just make random stuff, I don't know. Like think about when you were in school and you just like sketch on like and doodle on the sides of your homework, like that kind of thing. I thought the shape here was kind of boring, so I was like, what if I make it, I don't know, less boring? My default would be adding more like pieces and interests, but I want to keep this pretty simple still. Oh, he's so silly, and the flesh tones are so creepy. So let's go with, there we go. Why just little, there we go. think it'd be cute if his eyes were like glowing green. Let's go with more of a neon. Nice. It's like a creepy baby. Baby lich. What if I gave him some like little shoulder pad things? We're gonna take his arms, cut off the top of them. Close holes right here, that will be the new arm. And then this will instead poly paint. This is gonna be part of the clothes. Let's make it a darker color so it kind of stands out. There we go. These go back and forth between looking like ribs or looking like boobs. That's okay. I'm not sure what they're gonna be. I do feel like this little dude needs hair. We're gonna duplicate the head and we're gonna make some hair. I'm gonna go with a blondish color for no real reason. Less greenish. That's too fleshy. How about just white hair? Nope, not white enough. It's gotta stand out. Let's go with gray. All right, let's Dynamesh this. And this is how I make hair when I'm, you know, actually modeling as well. Start with the big hair blob and then kind of just position it. What if you had like balding? What if instead it was more like a little edgelord? We love a little edgelord moment where he's gonna have a single strand of hair that kind of like falls over his little head. There we go. I like that more. The George Costanza balding moment was also great, but this is even better. It's not a phase, Mom. All right, this is a self-portrait circa early 2012. Empress, hello, I'm here, but shall be in and out. Sounds good. Oh, Abel says, hi from my ZBrush students. We're happy to catch you live. And of course, it's the one time I'm making absolute nonsense. Hello. This is important though. I mean, you really should just bring up a seer every now and then and just give yourself 15 minutes to just make nonsense. I mean, if you're every time you sit down, if you're trying to make something excellent, it's a really good way to burn out and not make anything excellent at all. Amazing. We're just about done here. I think it accomplished exactly what I wanted it to. I feel like there's something I can do with these arms. I just don't know what it is. It's an interesting shape I can create here. That makes sense. Other than just being so stiff. Something a bit more bowed. And I think it'd be cool if the entire character was rotated just a touch. So if you click on this little bar, it'll select everything. So you can just rotate the whole character. All right, after this, we'll actually get something cool done. We're just about done with doors open anyway. But I really encourage you guys to do stuff like this as often as you can. Because as silly as this looks, there is a fun concept in here. Amazing. All right, we're going to copy this tool and put it back into our warm-up sketch. And then we're going to rename this just May 21st. Copy tool and back to our warm-ups. Oh yeah, and this is some of the warm-ups where I actually followed something and made a thing. This is that really fun little kitten that we made. Again, because they're so silly in cathode liquid, so that's a great warm-up as well. All right, paste tool. Obviously this one isn't quite as enchanting, but it's fine. Quick review here, says May 21st. This was May something, I'm not really sure. This little dude, and this one. Oh, I didn't save the warm-up from yesterday where I drafted the entire character. All right, let's do quick sculpts. And then this is what's great about having an excessive amount of quick save files. I have mine save every 3 minutes. I'm not joking, but it only saves up to 200. So you can see like right here, kind of like a little storyboard of that character we did yesterday. I picked something that was just like some AI slop on Pinterest, but then use it as practice to draft. So this is what we drafted yesterday in 20 minutes. Oh, this one's saved correctly. Interesting. I did save it. I just don't know where I saved it. Well, we're going to put it all in the same spot where I know where it is. Great. There's no particular reason why I'm saving these quick sculpts. I just think it'd be fun to review and perhaps, I don't know, at the end of the month and kind of see if there's a pattern. It's always kind of cool to see what you naturally gravitate to as an artist. Saturday says me, I just think, depending on how many students in Abel's class, you have between 20 to 30 plus viewers. This is very true. If any of your students have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. All right, we are going to move on to some actual work. It is the Tavern Keeper's Craft. Alrighty, so let's first bring up Nuckelevee. I say it different every time. Anyway, really cool dude from, I have 2 files here. What folklore is it? It's not Scandinavian. I always forget. But anyway, we got this pose yesterday. I did a lot of thinking about this yesterday, and I'm happy with this pose. It's a very nice, simple, casual pose. But I kept thinking about that one where Sater did a sketch of it, like this horse is running, and then our little grotesque man up here is like dragging something behind it. And I just did not... I have to do both. So we're going to pose this again. I'll have a casual and an action version. Abel says, it's the end of our school year, so I have a few students left. They're making a dragon, a marlith. Is that the one like the snake lady with lots of swords? I think I've done one of those before. All right. And turning ourselves into a Minecraft style character. Very cool. That just sent out a happy gasp. Very sweet. That's so cool that you guys are able to learn ZBrush in high school, right? You guys aren't in college. That's wild. Mia, what is the best way to make a mouth? Funny you asked. I did one of those on my quick sculpts recently. So it really depends if you're making this something that's going to be riggable, because then you want proper topology and all that kind of stuff. But if you're just making a really quick mouth, again, bear with me here. We're going to do this in like 30 seconds. Pick something that's already curved because you don't want to practice on a completely flat plane because your head is not a flat plane. This volume here is just a big cylinder, right? So from here back, you have a cylinder here and then a big sphere stuck on the back. So you're going to practice a mouth, just go this. Turn on symmetry because lips are usually symmetrical. Kind of just carve out a line there and then you can start bringing up the forms on top. I did all of this just with Dam Standard. See? Well, bam, mouth. Obviously, you're missing a lot of volumes right here on the side. You can use your clay brush or you can use Inflate and start bringing up these volumes. You have a kind of like a fat pad right here. There's really 2 on the sides and then 1 in the center. So it kind of makes a little triangle. So again, there's a top fat pad and then these ones on the side. Bam. Really, really quick. Here's a 30-second mouth. Ta-da. Now, this is not riggable. There's no mouth flap, as they call it in the industry. So if you were going to do that, what you would do is you would actually, here, let's not delete this, let's just duplicate it. You would punch a hole out first, like this, and then bring those volumes down and do the same kind of sculpt I just did. So instead of a damn standard line, there you go. You go like this. So you got to have that cavity in there to put teeth, a tongue, all the kind of stuff that's animatable. So yeah. There's a little demo. That's probably better than my entire warm up today. That's okay. Why won't you click delete? Look, it won't let me delete this. Why? Okay, whatever. Yes, the multi-armed snake lady. That's what I thought. Abel says, Brad says, wow, he would kiss that. And he means thank you. I'm glad it was helpful. Hey, a slice of cake is back. It's been a bit. This modeling stuff is really cool. Can you do robots and airplanes and cars too? I can. I did I want this delete. Oh my lord. Okay. I've never had ZBrush freeze on deleting a mesh. This is actually kind of funny. There we go. Haha, I won. Every now and then, if you do Alt-Tab on Windows, that's a Command-Tab on Mac, you can get it to unstuck itself. ZBrush can be very picky sometimes. Anyway, I've done an entire steampunk collection where I did all kinds of like mechs and constructs. I've done an entire pirate ship before. I've done over 1,000 models. There's a lot. There's a lot. Allow says, oh, show them the mech bike thingy. Oh, the demonic war machine. Yes, yes. I think that's what I ended up calling it. Yes. So here is the 3D printed picture. So that's 3D printed and about this big. I'd show it to you, except I threw it on the floor a couple weeks ago, so it's broken to a million pieces. But anyway, here's a 3D print of it. I modeled this in ZBrush, and then the 3D render of it, so that's a picture of the digital file, is here. Pretty nifty. But yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff like this. Really fun. This is more, so that's more modeling as opposed to sculpting. So think like hard surface modeling and then organics and like this Nuckelevee sculpting. Reaper's here. Me and more espresso macchiato. It's this goofy song they put into our mod chat yesterday. No stresso, no stresso. No need to be depresso. Aloha also watched it. Amazing. Sater says, that is actually a really good mouth sketch. Thank you. I'm getting better. I want to be the best, and I'm getting better. Abel says, Mia, Sydney. That's a good name. Two of my best friends ever in the world were both named Sydney. Sydney would like to ask, what is something you know now that you wish you knew when you started in ZBrush? Low poly. Please, please, for the love of God. Stop adding so many polys to your models. Don't sculpt in a million points. Stay as low poly as possible until you absolutely have to add resolution. I was crashing my program left and right in the beginning because I kept just like, oh, I want smooth, I want details. And so I'd subdivide to 3 million points and then my program wouldn't work and it was hard to work with the mesh anyway. So yes, low poly. It's Brad. I do not want to kiss it, but I promise it's really good. I think I prefer other Brad. No, I'm just joking. Please don't kiss my models. Oh my goodness. And yes, if you guys have more questions and stuff, just put M3DM because it puts it in bright orange on my side, so I won't miss you guys. All right, I was going to work on this, but it's open and I don't want to now. I don't want to pose this. It's too much. So instead, we're going to do cleanup on my Owlfolk Warlock. So let's bring that up. Ricky posed this yesterday in Character Creator. It is a zipped file, so I cannot open that yet. Let's unzip it. There you go. And let's see how Ricky did. All right, cool. So obviously we have some clipping. We're not going to show nearly this much bird thigh by the time that I'm done with it. This little goofy guy on the left is a base mesh I had made before that I then created this character from. Very, very cool, Ricky. Yeah, it's like an on guard kind of pose. How come the toenails fell off on just one foot? Anyway, very cool. We're gonna go to merge visible, unify this into the scene, and then copy tool. What I'm doing right now is I am taking these posed versions and I'm gonna put them back into the original ZPR with all the individual subtools. Yeah, these are fantastic, Ricky. Excellent. Alrighty, merge visible. Of course, there's always cleanup that needs to be done. That's just the nature of things. Not export, just paste. All right, now that I have these two, I'm going to put them into the same tool and then open my original ZPR. Copy tool. Now let's go find that Owlfolk Warlock. I'm hoping to get this to the requester on Patreon today. All right, here's that original. We're going to get rid of this weird little bird body because we don't need him anymore. Perfect. Gotta have this off to the side. It's awfully dark, isn't it? I don't remember poly painting this so dark. Yeah, we'll keep this one colored on the side, and then as I work, I'll pick a better contrasting color. Oh yeah, this is the owl head sketch that I made. I did a more stylistic version at first, and then made that more realistic for this owl. Because owls were tricky. They're just so flat. All right, so we did this warm background here. To make it contrast the best, let's go with kind of like a teal. And I'm just going the opposite of the color wheel. Nothing too crazy. Alrighty, the bases always kind of fall off towards the bottom. Let's split that one to its own piece, and this other base we will not need. Excellent. We'll rename this base. Perfect. All right, let's get to work. Awesome. Oh, I'm glad Sater and Aloha also answered Sydney's question, which is fantastic. They're also great artists, so absolutely. Sater pretty much agreed, just pushing low poly, and Aloha saying yes, so squeezing as much as you can in terms of form at the lowest poly as possible. Yeah. Alrighty, so when I am cleaning up these models to eventually be 3D printed, it's easy to fall down this rabbit hole of trying to redesign the model almost. You must accept what you have designed. You are here to finish the project. I'm talking to myself mostly here, but I know this is helping people that are watching that cannot move on from their projects and just keep this endless cycle of revision. Okay, this character here, I love it, it's confident, we're not changing it. But I don't want his toenails falling off, and I don't want the sword upside down and stuff like that. So we're fixing what we absolutely must fix, and we'll do that in order. Today, let's work from the bottom up. So I'm going to mask this little foot, and we're simply going to rotate it over. I'm going to turn off perspective so it's easy to line it up, just like that. Excellent. All right, the next thing here, just moving right on up, is this is kind of off to the side. You can rig this so it will soft deform in Character Creator, but I find that causes more problems, honestly. It's so much easier, in my opinion, to just adjust it manually with a move brush instead of fixing the way that it breaks itself in Character Creator. I'm going to rotate it just like this. Grab my move brush. We'll actually use Move Topological, so I'm only grabbing one side of the skirt at a time. And we'll just kind of nudge it over to the side. Again, his little bird thighs, very, very funny. They're really not meant to be showing that much. Not that kind of model. Can you imagine if I did a line of like pin-up owls? Alrighty, that looks much better. See how simple that was? Sometimes when I add thickness to these meshes before I pose them. If they were single-sided, it wouldn't be a big deal. But since I do have thickness and mesh integrity throughout, when you pose them and rig them in Character Creator 4, they'll kind of like shear through themselves, depending, and that can be very hard to fix. So it's much easier to just scoot it around like so after the fact. It takes me like 30 seconds, as opposed to having to remesh the whole darn thing. Yoni continue to have bad luck. It's true. Sorry, Yoni, I made the odds terrible today, but the payout's actually quite good. Brad says, I love your models. Thank you. I love that you took the time to tell me that, because it makes my day just a little bit better. I'm feeling good today. I think today might be a double coffee day. Just funny, because I did wake up kind of crabby. For no reason. So I'm curious, yesterday's stream, a lot of you guys that were watching were also cooking on your own projects. If you have a moment, I'd love if you went to the chat and told me what you're working on. I know what all of Able's students are working on, which is really cool. But yeah. Reaper's been sculpting some dragons, which is awesome. Not sculpting, drawing. In my world, it's like everyone sculpts. All right, moving right along. Fixing any little bits of, clipping and whatnot. Perfect. And then once we have these forms here, so for like this little collar at the top of the cape, it's not clipping with anything, but we can make it more interesting and more fun to look at with the silhouette by pushing them a bit further and giving a more interesting shape. Just be careful when you're starting to adjust things like this, because that's where you can kind of fall down that revision rabbit hole. We're gonna make the wings their separate subtools again, just by masking them and splitting them off. Though I do like the way Ricky has them positioned already, honestly. I just want to fine tune them a touch. For right now, we're gonna remove them entirely, just so I can evaluate the silhouette without it. And then check on this cape. The cape is kind of causing some interesting challenges. We have so many different layers of fabric here. I feel like that should be lower. It doesn't have like a high-low skirt. It does need some fabric folds on the inside. I'm gonna create these simply with the Move brush, kind of like some loose pipe folds. Because it's not really gonna be in tension or compression. These are just hanging. I find that sculpting these kind of fabric folds by hand is the fastest, but literally anything else, you should probably just simulate it. And like, yes, always practice doing stuff yourself. However, it's hard to beat a good fabric simulation. And ZBrush Fabric Sim isn't as robust as say like Marvelous Designer, but it more than gets the job done. Just don't forget if you're gonna play with simulation, single-sided, and then you simulate, or it's like a representation of thickness with dynamic subdiv. You don't actually simulate a mesh like this that already has thickness on it. Aloha says they're working on their best model yet. Oh, I love the enthusiasm. I'm so excited to see it. Also, M3DM graphics. Thank you. That's also very appreciated. RV says, Mia, well, I'm working on a tank right now, but just to take a challenge, I did a complete figure in ZBrush for a client, including clothes as well. If you'd like, I can share an image in Discord. Absolutely. If you want it just to be like a fun little share, just put it under student artwork or share your art. If you want me to review it and give you feedback, put it in a DM. Abel says, Sid typing. Hi, Sid. I'm making an aquatic dragon and started low poly. My only issue ended up being having holes because I stretched the geometry too much. How would you go about making fins? Yeah, so when you get stuff too thin, you run into that issue. I would actually approach doing fins very similar to the way that I would do clothes. So I would go in here, append, grab a plain 3D, not this owl head, go away. See how this is single-sided, so I flip it around, you can't see it at all. And then I would stretch this shape here. I would literally just like create a fin shape. This is not gonna look great because fins actually have a lot of complexity to them, so make sure you look at lots and lots of references. But I get some sort of shape here, maybe even throw on a, not bend curve, but bend arc. Something kind of like this, but refined and with lots of love, obviously. And then once I'm happy with where everything is at, I would go ahead and go to dynamic and add thickness at the very, very end. So get all of your shapes looking nice and then add thickness to it. Obviously, spend more time on it. Have the base shape be what's gonna be, that webbing, and then after the fact, I would encourage you to come over with curb tube and add the structural part of it. Because otherwise, you're right. It's so thin. Once you try to Dynamesh it, it's gonna, or even ZRemesh, it's gonna shatter. So it's tricky. I hope that kind of helps. That's how I'd approach it. Or anyway, that's how I'd approach it right now. Check back in 3 months and I might have a brand new technique. I'm always iterating and doing things a bit different. But good luck on your dragon. That sounds wonderful. And yes, Sater says, great question, Sid. Thanks for helping us all learn. Yeah, most of the time I get questions I don't do demos. I just do like a little answer and then I'll be like, you should join a mentorship program. But Abel is fantastic and I'm not about to shortchange kids that want to learn. Like, of all times. Software Tools is here. I don't think I've seen you chat before. Hello, welcome. It looks like you're a member though, so you definitely at least lurked because you got a free membership. Yeah, that was thanks to Dewey. They bought 20, I think, free memberships yesterday, which finally picked up like Mini Blaze and Grimnir and some of my other students as well. All right, this is looking quite good. Let's go ahead and pivot this collar here. And I have to fit those fingernails on, which is my least favorite thing to do, but it's fine. The fingernails here, I'm probably just not going to worry about at all because they're so small and inconsequential. But the other ones with the hand outstretched, I will need to spend a little bit of time with. I really should just make this an insert IMM brush, but I don't want to. But I really should. Okay, I'll do it. I think I can get this to work out the way I want to. Oh, no clothes. Just gonna try it out. So I'm gonna isolate just one fingernail here. I'm gonna click Unify so it's in the center of the scene and then rotate it. I can never remember if it needs to be rotated like this or like this. So we're gonna try it this way. If it doesn't work, I'll do it the other way. Right now I'm just creating an IMM brush, which just means an insert mesh. So when I click and drag, it'll create a fingernail for me, which can be faster than trying to just smush it around myself. Again, make sure it's centered in your scene. It doesn't hurt to throw in a mirror and weld, so it's perfectly symmetrical. And now click on B for your brush palette, and it's gonna be Create Insert Mesh. Don't click Append, otherwise it's gonna stick it on your current brush. Click New. And whenever ZBrush is like, oh, do you want us to figure it out for you? No, don't ever let ZBrush figure it out for you. I love ZBrush, but it does not pick the right answer, like, ever. So yeah, instead of moving these over here and fiddling with that, I don't want to fiddle with that, we're gonna see if this worked. There's my Insert Mesh brush. So I can click and drag, and yeah, it worked. Sick. So see how it's floating off the mesh a little bit? That's obviously not very helpful. I could manually move it, but then we're fiddling, and I'm trying to prevent fiddling by doing this. Go to Brush, Depth. See this little dot right here? It's floating up. I know it's kind of hard to see. It's a bit small. Right here. See how it's floating? Click and drag it. This center line here is a representation for the mesh and how it's going to interact, which means when it's above, your insert mesh floats above. When it's below, it sinks into the mesh. So we want it somewhere sunken in just a touch. There we go. So now I can just add these fingernails on by click and dragging, which is much faster and easier than fiddling around with it. Amazing. I hope I do that in the future too, instead of just fighting it. It's almost always worth taking the time to do it the right way than just, I'll try to get good enough, because you'll end up having to do twice the work anyway. Don't ask me how I know. Software says, yeah, I got an email saying it's gifted the sub, so I made a point to stop on by. Oh, that's very sweet. Well, that was from Dewey28. They're actually a merchant of mine on Patreon, so really cool. They've supported my art forever, and they're just really generous. They pop in every now and then. Same with Alexander. Abel says, thank you from Sid. That was very helpful. Helped her think of a new approach to how she's working. Very good. Yeah, and I recommend asking lots of artists, even at any level, just to kind of see different approaches, and you kind of like Frankenstein them together, get your own approach too. Abel says, Mia, what is your college degree in? Mechanical engineering. I have a bachelor's in mechanical, and I got that at Fresno State University. What is your opinion on art college? I don't really have one. I just don't feel educated enough to say one way or the other. I would hate to discourage someone from doing it when I haven't done it myself. I've heard people say it's useful, some say it's not. I say school is cool, and if you can afford it, you should, but don't put yourself in debt over it. I went to a 4-year university because I had a full ride scholarship. I only applied to 2. I applied to a community college because I had a 2-year full ride and a 4-year Frozen State because I had a 4-year full ride. If it was not paid for, I would not have gone. Simple as that. Here, I like that. Sater says, as someone who went to art school, thank you, Sater, for chiming in. I won't tell kids to not go, but I will say be very, very judicious if you choose to go. So just scrutinize your choices. Really make sure to see what that program is offering and how expensive it is, because student loans are no joke. I'm very proud and worked very hard to be debt-free. So yes. And you can teach yourself, by different resources online. But I'm not sure how that looks in the job industry. Like, my dog is so thirsty. Hello, little dude. Sorry, that noise in the background is my dog. He's getting some water. Do you want to say hi to the camera? Do you want to be visible? There he is. There's my little man. Hey, no. You going back to bed? His name is Maverick. Okay. But yeah, it's just tricky. School can be a riot. I just know with engineering, even if I taught myself online and then tried to apply for a job, they'd be like, where is your degree? And where is your PE, which is your professional engineering and certificate? Like you need a certificate to not break equipment and whatnot. I'm not really sure how that works with art. All right, I make myself small again. There we go. I love this dramatic collar. Gosh, this is fun. Okay, thank you. Sater is sharing a lot of really helpful, nice advice here. And mentioning your portfolio is always going to speak louder than any art degree. Yeah, I could see that. With engineering, it's kind of the same way as far as when it comes to experience. If you interned at a welding mechanic shop, for 5 years, that's going to be much more valuable than a singular shop class in college. I learned how to weld in college, but not from my engineering classes. I took a stagecraft class, and that's where I learned how to weld. There was no welding class in my engineering curriculum. Isn't that weird? And to be clear, just because I'm an engineer, schooling, it doesn't mean that I'm a fabricator. It's really more on the math side, which is funny because I'm horrible at math. Hey, Nurse here. Welcome in. Reaper says Mia is technically a ZBrush school online. This is true. I do teach. Always remember, do what's best for you and make the choice you're happy with. That's the best you can do, so don't stress. Very well said. And especially for any of your students, Abel, y'all are so young. You got so much time to make decisions, screw up, do it again. And the reality is you're going to make wrong decisions anyway. That's part of life. So follow Aloha. Yeah, just don't stress. Whatever you do pick, don't stress. Life is too short to be stressed about every decision you make. Life will give you enough to stress about without you adding to it. So I'm just using the move brush to make some dramatic movements here on the cape without getting too complicated. There we go. Oh my goodness, what happened to his head? I never made him a neck. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize that. Oh, look at his weird little owl butt. Sorry. We're just gonna stretch out a neck shape here. Nice and simple. Bam. Nerd says, I learned to weld in theater class too. No kidding. Slice of Cake says, bad at math. Don't you have to take a lot of calculus? Oh my god. You're gonna send me to PTSD fits on stream. Yes, I took Calc 1, Calc 2, Calc 3, Diff EQ, and then I stopped at linear algebra. If I take one more math class, I will have a minor in math. I don't know what you do with a minor. So I have a major, a bachelor's major in mechanical. But again, I'd have a minor if I took one more math class. And I won't, because it was horrible. Calc 2 was way worse than Calc 3 and Calc 1. I also had a Ukrainian mob boss that was teaching me. God, he was terrifying. I don't offer degrees. No, I'm not actually a university or anything. Sater says, Mia, that is the best point. They are young. The world is telling them they have to make the biggest decision in their lives right now, and that simply just is not true. Absolutely. I've made a ton of mistakes. Guys, I have my bachelor's in mechanical engineering, and now I'm talking to you and sculpting an owl in a cloak. Like, you don't know what's going to happen. Just roll with it. Every engineer I know sucks at lower level math. It's true. I can do calc and diff EQ. But please, God, don't ask me to do basic algebra. Yeah, and I am absolutely, joking, not joking. Yeah, that is completely legitimate. Yeah, no, like, well, it's because calculus is just sorry, you guys, you brought this upon yourselves. Calculus is just a tool to explain the world around you, and it dovetails beautifully with physics because, like, you got, like, derivatives, like, ooh, a derivative sounds scary. It's just a rate of change. So, like, acceleration is a rate of change, like meter per second squared, or just velocity changes, so just meter per second. Again, rate of change, meter, distance, over per second, over time. So how much distance over time are you doing? Bam. Just a rate of change. And integrals are cool because you can work backwards and then find the area under a curve. I'll stop. But anyway, math is cool, and I like when it has an actual application as opposed to linear algebra, which just exists to make me hate myself. I'm not sure, I didn't take the class. But from what I saw, I was like, nope. Not doing that. I think math is cool and learning is cool. I just hated school. I was a good enough student to get fancy scholarships and stuff, but whew, did my attitude suck. It was terrible. Hey, it's Jack. Hey, I think engineering and making owl in a cloak is a good career path. I agree, and thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate that. And it couldn't have turned out better, truly. And yeah, almost done with your character. Do what is fun, absolutely. It's at the end of the day, if you don't get to play, what's the point? Ooh, that rhymed, and that was really cheesy. It was already going to be cheesy, and then it rhymed, and it was worse. Sorry. Oh, goodness. All right, this needs to rotate or something. There we go. Sharp point on the bottom. Look at this. I feel like Ricky does these upside down just to mess with me. It's so easy to fix, I don't mind. Slice of Cake says, is a master's, so MS, right? In engineering worth getting at all, or do a lot of people stop at bachelor's? So, generally speaking, I recommend if you're gonna get a master's, you make your job pay for that. You go out, you get a job with your bachelor's, and you go, gee, I could be of so much more value to you if I had a master's. And they'll be like, yes, good employee, and they'll go pay for your master's. This is a broad statement I'm going to make that is true and not true, I'm sure, but I think it's true enough to share. If you are paying for your graduate degree, your master's, you probably shouldn't be there. Like, anyone's worth their own salt in engineering anyway. Like, you get paid for like 10 different ways. This is not true in every degree, especially degrees that are have a lot more demand. They were like, my professors when I was graduating, they didn't ask me if I was taking the GRE, that's to get into graduate school. They asked me when I was getting my GRE because I was a good student and had a prestigious scholarship, and I'm a woman in engineering. So they were like, you'd get paid for it 100 different ways. And yeah, it took everything in me not just to laugh. I'm like, I'm not going to graduate school. I hated this enough. Thank you. I'm done. But yeah, good question. But I want to be very, very clear because I say things in like a tone that makes it sound like I know what I'm talking about. It's just me talking slowly and clearly because otherwise I stumble over my words. It's actually very easy to change my mind with new information, which is good, and you should be that way too. That I do feel strongly about. Oh, wow, that's horrifying. Oh, God. Anyway, I've always found like the smartest people that I know are always open to new ideas and are very quick to say, I don't know. And I hope to be like that. Which is funny because as a kid, I always thought the smartest people were those that, you know, were like really rigid in their thoughts and acted like they knew everything. As I got older, I'm like, you're kind of a dummy, aren't you? And that really goes hand in hand with being curious. I really can't stress that enough. Be curious. Have fun, play, all those things. So I'm adding a bunch of these feathers here to kind of have like a bit of direction, but also a bit of detail density. That's why I have these little tiny feathers up by his face. I'm gonna kind of leave it blankish under his, from his head to his neck. One, to kind of give some detail, room to breathe, but also just so it doesn't get too muddled. You don't want to blanket the same texture everywhere. What a cool character. It did make me nervous sculpting this. I was like, ooh, that owl head's gonna be difficult, and it was. But it turned out great, and I'm really glad. All right, looking good. We got some funniness going with his elbow. I think it just needs a nice little inflate. You just need some volume. There you go. That's fine. This looks good. Oh, we're a little broken there, aren't we? Let's scooch you over. Where is that bone? Is that a hole in the mesh? When did that happen? Close holes. Oh good, it just fixed it. I was like, sorry, it's like every 5 minutes in my stream is a jump scare. What is this? Oh my goodness, where is his body? Why does it keep disappearing? There. All right. Let's brighten that up a bit. A lot of great questions today. Nerd says, my degrees are in leadership development and my master's is in educational development. I'm now an engineer and work with industrial 3D printing and scanning. What a cool path. And yeah, I doubt you predicted all that was going to happen quite in that way, because it's just, that's wild. All right, how am I going to tuck in these wings under this cloak? Maybe I can kind of, yeah, snake them on the edges here. Again, I don't mind a little bit of clipping, it's fine, but I want it to make sense. And I'm worried about this being too wide on the base too. So if I need to, I can kind of scooch in the cape right here and here to fit the wings in as needed. I think the easiest thing to do would just be to hide the cape entirely, see how it interacts with the body, and then work from there. We're almost done with this, and I'll be sending this over to you, Jack. I'm excited to see your request next, if you do have anything else lined up. After I finish this in about the next 5 minutes, I'm gonna take a quick break and probably get another coffee. Just, it feels like a double coffee day. Man, this character is just like more eyebrow. The more eyebrow, the better. Yoni, it's been a hot minute since you turned in an assignment. Are you doing good over there, or do you need help or have any questions with things? Want to make sure you're not putting too much pressure on yourself to make stuff perfect. It's like a gentle, warm call out on stream. I'm like, hey, where's your work? Also, hope you're doing good. All right, I think these wings are fitting quite nicely. We're getting a bit thin on the edge here, so that's going to run a gentle inflate over this. Oh, that looks really cool. Wow. I'm worried about how this is going to fit on a base. Wasn't thinking about that. I can angle it upwards just a touch. Yes. As much as possible while still making sense. Looks like we have a little artifact there. fixed. So I'm making this as short as possible without looking ridiculous. It's gonna be a tricky one. I'm just gonna double that up to start with. Nope, that looks weird. I knew you were gonna be tricky. All right, then we'll be careful. Polish by features. Yeah, that's fine. All right, I'll pay more attention to this once we actually get it ready for scaling. For now, this is A-okay. Jack says, I'm waiting on art to get done, but I do have something next. Ooh, very good, I'm excited. To be a bit of a flatterer, you obviously have good taste, so I'm excited. So even just this small angle they have, so obviously this makes the most sense being straight out like this on guard. That's on as like tabletop friendly, right? So just putting this small angle here, it still looks good, it still has a nice flow, but as far up as I can point that and get away with it is gonna be the way to go. Because that still looks quite good. Yeah, that's pretty chunky, that's good. All right, we're gonna leave this as is. We're gonna throw this other pose up to the top and then merge all these pieces down. And then usually I would remesh right now, but I'm gonna leave it just in case I have to make some solutions here. Because again, I'm worried he's not gonna wanna fit on the base. That's one of the beauty of making so many models. Again, I've done over 1,000 at this point. I have solved this problem before. I have many tricks to fix this kind of stuff. And by fix, I really just mean like get the best of both worlds. Usually it's like, okay, just make the sword really thick or change the pose. I'm like, no, I will have my cake and eat it too. Oh man, that's cool. Check him out. Heck yeah. Sater's back. And Sater says to Abel, and the students I'm assuming, last thing I'll say to kind of piggyback off what Mia just had to say about time, getting her school paid and her spirit transparency regarding financial things, : We're about to get into more advice. All right, I need to clean up this other pose now. Same with the toes are falling off just a bit here. Oh, I'm glad I made that brush with the fingernail. It's gonna help so much here. And Sater, this is their continuing point. I had no assistance. I had no idea what I was doing when it came to loans, such things. I paid for school with loans 100% of the way. I ended up leaving school with $103,000 of debt. Oh man. Ouch. Yeah, software. Ouchie. That's about what I thought exactly. So be careful, because my goodness, it's like every 18-year-old out there at college is like, you know what? You 18-year-old with no financial literacy, here's a high interest student loan. While I paid off a significant portion of that, there's still more than half of it left, and I graduated in 2012. Yeah, that's criminal. That's absolutely criminal. And I get, they were just like, oh, well, you signed off on it or whatever. And I'm like, you were young. And people act like it's your only option, but it's not. Awful. Jail, all of them. Anyone who wrote off on that. And the reason why I didn't make mistakes like that is really just because of my dad. That's it. Like, if I didn't have someone being like, don't do that, I probably would have, because it's really presented as if it's the only way. And then it's like, oh, but if you don't go to college, you'll be a loser. I mean, I don't know. I know it's harsh, but I feel like that's a pretty common sentiment. If it helps to let you guys know, my husband, he's a college loser. He didn't get a degree, and he's doing great. And he would have done great even if he wasn't with me. Simple as that. Sater says, the house my wife and I bought was $105,000. One of those things is vastly more valuable than the other. This is true. It has to happen, though, sometimes. Sater says, to me, bingo. Woo, I did something right. It's not the only option, and I'm glad that's becoming a more widely spread thing. Absolutely. Absolutely. I appreciate you sharing that, Sater. That's definitely that is a painful but very good lesson to share. Ricky, I'm a loser. You heard her. If I talk even the smallest smack on my husband, you'll know, because he will summon himself in the chat. And we've been together for going on 11 years now, so it kind of comes with the territory. Hey, honey, do you want to take a break and get some coffee? Since you're here in the chat. And Ricky lives in the attic. He is in the loft right now, but that's besides the point. Sater, college can be great. I mean, I'm in my master's now, so I'm not a total hypocrite. But it is the only path. Exactly. Reaper says, my struggle was finding other scholarships. I had to rely on my grant, a couple of school scholarships, and 2 loans. The combination route is the most common, I think, and the most stressful because you have so much you have to balance. So, sympathies. Just take it one day at a time, though, you know? And if you're going to sign off on some violent loan, just really think about it first. Oh, and while we're being honest, just to throw a little thing here before coffee. And yeah, Ricky does work in the room above the garage. It has carpet. I keep talking about my scholarship and all this stuff, being a good student. I lost my scholarship my last semester, and my dad paid for it. So if without that, I would have had I don't know, $6,000 in debt. They would have had to put in a loan. So just being very transparent here. I had to keep a 3.5 in mechanical engineering, and I didn't. I graduated with a 3.33, I think. Which was not going to happen because I never took less than 18 units. I took 22 units my worst semester because I was very hell-bent on graduating in 4 years, and I did. Second coffee time. Excellent. But yeah, I just like to be very transparent where it's I talk about my little prestigious scholarship and I'm like, oh, but I lost that. And I knew I was going to lose that. So I actually got a job my second semester freshman year because I'm like, I'm not keeping this. But I kept it way longer than I thought, all the way till my senior year. Which makes me wonder if I didn't get that job, maybe I would have kept my scholarship. Anyway, I'm going to leave you guys with that food for thought. I'm going to be back in 5-10 minutes. It's coffee time.
Coffee time.
Coffee time. A rookie appearance. I am back, and with fresh coffee. Oh, Zach came in. Hello, hello. Sater says, Mia, you took 22 units. You're insane. No wonder you hated school. Yes. Yeah, I had to get permission for the dean from that. I did all my classes, got enrolled, and they kept a big error message. And it was like, absolutely not. You need permission from the dean. And I got it, which is crazy because looking back, I'm like, nothing about me screamed mentally stable in college. But I guess good enough. Anyway, but I never took less than 18. Stupid. I mean, go to school. School is cool. Nixborn, I think you're new. That's a really cool username. I name a lot of characters, like in video games, either like Freya or Nyx, so it's cool to see that. Reaper says, yeah, my parents couldn't support me for school, so I had to pay for everything myself. Very common. Very common. Yep, same. I was lucky. My dad absolutely could have supported me. I hated school, and I was like, nope. My dad worked very, very hard. The last thing he's going to do is have to pay for my stupid college books that are way overpriced. So he didn't, because I was insistent. And to be clear, my dad's super cool. Like, he was like, yeah, I'll pay for it. I'm like, nope. Abel said, my students are very impressed with you, and we had a great conversation about your advice. But thanks. I've worked hard to try to be impressive. Like, joking, but not joking, you know? Whenever I say I want to be the best, I'm thinking of the Pokemon song. I want to be the best that no one ever was. Like, I'm so serious. I was like that 5-year-old kid that watched that and was like, yes. So, I really appreciate that. I do. I'm always trying to get better. Thank you again. You're very, very welcome. And I'm just so grateful that YouTube sends me some cool people. This chat has been such a blessing. Seriously. Alright. That's enough sap. Let's keep working. Fun fact that you guys wouldn't know. I cry over everything. I cry super easily. I cry when I'm happy. I cry when I'm mad. So that's why I never get sappy. I'm like, nope, moving on. Alrighty, we're going to clean up this pose and then we get them both sent over to Jack. And then we're working on something new today. Rather than continue the Nuckelevee or what else? There's a couple other, I have a fancy handy dandy spreadsheet here. There we go. Yeah. I'm pretty much going in order. So after this is done, we'll do Cherry Blossom Dragon and then Fall of Aloha. Unlikely we're going to get through all of that today, but who knows? It's probably going to be a long stream today. All right, so we are cleaning up this pose and we're doing it today, not in 100 steps. And that requires focus. So we're focusing. All right, we're gonna fix things as they absolutely need to be fixed, going from the bottom up. I'm gonna turn off perspective. This skirt is being a little silly, so we'll mask it and use a move brush. By default, the casual pose really should take less effort to clean up than the action, because less is happening. That being said, it still gets just as much love and attention. Very good. And then I liked adding those little fabric folds on the inside of the skirt. Even though it's really small and you really can only see it from a certain angle. I know Jack is probably going to 3D print this and take the time to paint it, and at the very least, just they pay for it. I want to be as good as possible. But still economical. I don't want to spend 5 weeks on this because time is money, honey. Alrighty. Yeah, your little arms are looking super silly. What's up with that? Look at this. Nope. I'm going to use move and back face mask. So, okay, let's back up. The move brush works like this, right? Do you see how it is affecting the left side and the right side of the arm? I just need to add volume in this pocket here. So I can use the move brush, but it's going to pull this other side. If you enable a back face mask and click and drag, check it out. It doesn't affect the side you're moving away from. You can really easily bork up your mesh by doing this. You see this disaster here? So use with caution, but it's a very powerful tool when you use it just a little bit. R is here. Never had a singular letter person come up. I like it. R. R says, hi there, cool looking model. Just found your channel, go and check it out and learn some stuff. Awesome. Well, hello and welcome in. If you have any questions, let me know. All of my mods are in the chat today, so they'll probably be more than happy to answer questions as well. Oh yeah, and if you 3D print, I share a free model every single day, so go get it. It's free. Alrighty, we're gonna add in a little bit of these feathers here. Very nice. Nice and simple. A little bit of clipping on the breastplate. Let's fix that up. And then we're gonna adjust the floof on the neck just a touch. We're gonna split the head into its own subtool. Just like that. And then Sater says, Mia, I believe it's pronounced R dot. I definitely read that as R doot immediately. I took that so seriously. R doot, R dot. Alrighty. Let's keep on working here. I'm just gonna kind of fluff the collar, really working on the silhouette, making it fun. He looks so regal and very fitting of this like glass cannon-like character. And then Aloha says, Mia, don't forget D, who is a member. Singular letter D? I don't know if I've ever seen them in the chat before. I think they might have been gifted a membership. But yes, thank you to them too, of course. Yes, Yoni, you still gotta send me your request. I would love to see what you got cooking. Yoni says, I'm gonna change my name to Y now. R says, I'm a really small pirate. I was gonna make that joke, but like, this is your first time in the stream. I don't wanna like scare you off by assigning you the personality of a small pirate, but beautiful, you said that. You're gonna fit right in. Really small pirate. I love that. All right, his wings are a little wonky here, so let's go ahead and split those into their own piece. This wing actually looks fine. Nope, it is not fine. Okay, well, let's split off the cape, and then I can tuck the wings in first. Wow, I hid everything but the cape. That was the exact opposite of what I wanted. There we go. Man, Spotify is killing it with recommendations today. What is this? That's not very helpful. I listen to a lot of lo-fi stuff and like remixes, so this is from the album. Thank you. Doesn't feel like a Wednesday. I keep thinking it's Tuesday. Oh, I see that this is a little bit weird how it's clipping through. And even though there's a cape covering this, I like for things to make sense still. There we go. And it doesn't take much time at all to fix it, so you might as well do your best. Depending how I pose this, this could probably print quite nicely on FDM too, even with all these like thinner elements. Oh wow, that wing is way not connected to his body. Whoop. On today's episode, don't forget that you're sculpting a 3D model and to rotate. All right, gentle inflate here because some of these feathers are getting a little too far away from each other. And I don't like how curved backwards this is. Or maybe I do. I'm undecided. Yeah, I dislike it. I want it to be a little less flowing like cloth. A little bit stiffer. There we go. Awesome. I love that we have these little like gaps between the arm and the body because it makes the silhouette very readable still. So if I click V on my keyboard, V for Victor, it'll make this pitch black and you can kind of more easily see the silhouette. And I do this all the time just to make sure it's nice and easily readable from all aspects. Non-sleeper is here. Hello, welcome in. we've had so many people come in and out of the tab room today. That warms my heart. Makes me very happy. Lots of regulars and lots of new people too. Seder recommended Yoni something to read, and Yoni is being sweet, like, oh, thanks for recommendation. And Seder mentions, to be honest, I'm always happy to make recommendations. In general, I was thinking the same thing, but I didn't want to come across as snarky. I haven't read a whole lot of comics. I've read a lot of manga, but not a lot of like classic like DC or Marvel comics. Speaking of, I still have not bought the last box set for Attack on Titan. I have all the books except for like the last 5, whatever the last box set is. They made that, right? Because I have all the rest of them. I was really hoping they'd make a final box set. I'm going to be so sad if they just jump straight to a full box set of the entire series, because I'm like, I have almost all of them. I want to make a monster that looks like this. Like, I unironically love this. As creepy and weird as that looks. Note to self. For now, we're making him look normal, with eyeballs. I don't think Jack would appreciate it if I gave him a grim, dark, eldritch horror version of his request. Reaper would also like to read more comics, and Yoni also mostly reads manga. Man of culture. All right, I need to go to the underside of this and kind of push it in so it looks more like a cup. There we go. Because it looks a bit silly otherwise. And then maybe tucking this to the side a bit. No, that actually already looks quite good. Aloha says, I read some normal books, manga, and some specific poet work. That checks out. You're quite the poet yourself. I've always said, like, I really like good poetry, and I can't stand bad poetry. Like, I can read, like, an iffy book and be like, oh, it's fine. But poetry, it's like a strong reaction in either direction. Which I guess is fitting, because that's kind of the whole point of poetry. Seder says, but there are some killer stories hidden in the pages of graphic novels. I still recommend The Walking Dead to anyone. Yes, I have. Well, I had all the Walking Dead books. And then somewhere between college and moving across the country, they just... Where did they go? Anyway, the Walking Dead comics are amazing. Truly, though, like, wow. For most people, I'd be like, oh, read it, it's fine. That one especially, look up a trigger warning or 5. Like, holy crap. Even I was like, yikes. And it's not just past, like, gore. It's very good, though. The whole series is just incredible. Much even more intense and poignant than the show. Yeah, read the comics for The Walking Dead. Absolutely incredible. But again, like, no kiddos reading that. And I read books too, like Aloha mentioned. I read books that aren't just special books. That's mostly a joke, but I'm also serious. Like, I also read non-garbage books. I feel like Ray would have liked to be here today. This is all topics very relevant to him. Especially because he's in university. Alright, this is looking really good. I do like that the wings kind of hang behind him a little bit. Before I was like, does that look too flowy and lacking structure? And now I'm like, it actually looks kind of elegant. I like it. I especially like that it touches the base, which makes it really easy to 3D print. Beautiful. Again, I'm just nudging the blade on this sword as much as possible. I know it already looks really thick and weird, but when it's 3D printed, it needs to be like that. It still looks quite dainty from the front, so I'm happy with that. Hello, I don't say that. No. Oh, a relevant question. Thank you, Tiny Pirate R. Can you give a short summary of what you do on your channel? I see long hour videos. You create a new model every stream or go back and forth between models. Thank you. Well, I kind of change the formula every 3 months, to be honest. As of right now, I work on different models pretty much every day. I have quite a backlog of work that I am getting through right now, but I'm almost done, and I'll be starting brand new models probably as early as tomorrow. Great question, though. And yeah, I stream a lot. I have sections that are dedicated just to my students, so that's actually going to happen in a bit here. That's why it says it's currently Tavern Keeper's Craft, so that's me working. But happy hour is a lot more flexible, and I review my student work and answer questions in a more like concise fashion. But as you've noticed, I do answer questions kind of just throughout the stream as well. I have a special dedicated section though during happy hour for my mentorship students. I'm glad that you've tuned in and you're also asking questions. Some people are so shy, and I just don't be shy. I say dumb things all the time. I had someone that joined the other day, I think it was David, and he was just like, I'm not good at chatting. I'm like, you can't be bad at chatting. Just by being here, you're doing it right. I'm a chronic lurker on every other platform I'm on, and it's more fun when you interact, but I lurk because I am shy and weird in other communities unless I am the content. So be brave, interact. Unless you don't have a social anxiety problem and you're just like, I'm just working, I don't want to talk to you. That's also fine. Oh, that looks way better. I'm just kind of like adding a little bit more shape variety to the edge of this kind of like neck floof. God, I love this character. Satyr. I always panic when I see my name and then quotations. I'm like, what did I say? You can't be bad at chatting, but also, I never chat. I did say that back to back, didn't I? Hypocrite. Yeah, it's me. We need a tavern drinking hour. Mia gets absolutely wasted and tries to model. That wouldn't take long either because your girl has no tolerance. I don't drink alcohol, not for a religious reason, not for a sad backstory reason. No, I just don't like it. I think it's nasty. Also, I weigh like 115 pounds soaking wet, so it does not take much. Reaper says, I don't think that mug is moving, Mia. No, it is, very slowly. And I did reset it because I went on break. All right, we need to add some little thingy nails to him, and then he's set. And I took time to actually make this a brush. Good job. Past me. All right, we don't want it flashing though, it's annoying. So I can click and drag, and that should make this faster. At this specific orientation, it's kind of the same. No, it's still faster. I don't like tiny finicky details. But they get all the credit for making a model look good. Yanni's like, yeah, I'm like 130 pounds, so I'm a lightweight. Yeah. Which I don't think is a bad thing. I really don't, to be clear. Why would you want to have a high tolerance? This is probably a topic I shouldn't broach. Nah, it's fine. What could go wrong? Wow, this is really finicky, isn't it? All right, what if I just do this quickly and then use my Move Topological brush to kind of scoot them around? Is that gonna be a fast way to do this? Yes, that is the answer. It's rarely just one tool, but a combination of tools. Oh, yep, that looks ridiculous. I trusted you. Okay. Fingernails are one of those things where it seems so small and then it's like so important to the silhouette. Cannot stress that enough. All right, these are all just slightly off in the same way. So I'm hoping that I can mask all of them and then move them and fix them all at the same time. Yep. Good. Okay, that was just fine. That looks so much better. You gotta have fingernails. And yeah, going off of that, Yoni, it is convenient though, the fact that I never drink because I am very easily always the DD, designated driver in every group, which I really don't mind. If I didn't somehow get scooped up into engineering and then doing art full time, I 100% would have been in the medical field. So it's always in kind of my nature. I've had random people stop me off the street and be like, "Are you a nurse?" And I'm like, first of all, no. Second of all, are you gonna ask a random stranger for medical advice? I know I don't look very intimidating, but I don't think I look that trustworthy. I just look normal. I think this is about done. Wow. Oh, his cape. Cannot forget his cape. Oh, and a reminder, if you guys haven't, please like the stream. It makes a huge difference. If you're having a good time, subscribe. And that way, it's easier to find me in the future. Though I do stream every day, Monday through Friday, around noon. So that makes it pretty easy too. Hey, Nuckelevee is here. Hello, hello. I didn't see you come in. This did turn out really good. I'm loving this model. I can't figure out if I want the cape to be outside the wings or in front of the wings. Nope. Inside. What is this? What is this weird section here? Where did you come from? Right here it happens. Why? What? You see this? Whenever your brush is acting really weird and you're not sure why, clear your mask, which is Command, drag a little box, and Command W to make it all one polygroup, and then see if it's still happening. And if it's still happening, check your brush settings. There's nothing wrong with this. We're gonna click Reset All Brushes. Cool, it fixed itself. I don't know what the problem was, and that's okay, because I knew how to fix it. All right, we're gonna scoot the cape as flush to the body as possible without looking ridiculous. And then fixing all this like little minor clipping issues with the wing. Again, some clipping is unavoidable and just fine. You would spend, it's like the 80-20 rule, you know what I mean? It would take 80% of the time to fix 20% of the issues, and it's just not worth it. How do I want this to interact? Come here. There you go. Very nice. Yeah, this character rocks. Nuckelevee says, draping the wing between the wings. The cape, yes, is a really nice touch. Thank you, I agree. How's your sculpting and homework going, Nuckelevee? Do you need any help? I know you've been super busy in your personal life too, which is totally fine. But if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Same goes for you, Yoni. All right, where is this going? That looks about right. I just don't want it tearing through the wing. Stop it. zoom out, turn off perspective, and then I'm gonna try to get all this as flat as possible. There we go. A lot of layers on this model. It's gonna be a tricky one to paint just because there's so many layering bits of fabric, but man, it's really cool. It's gonna be worth it. I know this is goofy looking, but I don't hate this missing the body. Jenny says, for real, I need to stop slacking on my assignments. Yeah, if you need me to be mean and like bring down the hammer, I can give you a deadline. Give me an update by Friday. Or else. I'm not sure what it is, just or else. But if you're stressed and tired and burned out, then don't traumatize yourself. But yeah, if you need me to give you a deadline, I can do that. All right, looking pretty good. Mini Play says invisibility spell gone wrong. Mini Plays, you're like the opposite of spicy today. You're like sweet today. I like it. All right, it's time to move on. All right, we're gonna polygroup all this together and this, and then usually I remesh right now. However, I wanna make sure this is fitting on the base, okay. So we're gonna scale it first, which is a bit unusual. Doesn't really change anything in the process. Excuse me, I just tend to do it differently. Yeah, Mini Plays is now Mini Embers for today. I agree. All right, so here is a model that's already been pre-scaled, which is correct 28mm height to 25mm circle base. And that's just common D&D tabletop scale. There's also 32 is pretty common, also referred to as like heroic scale. It doesn't really matter because if you have the file, you can change it however you want. Just one of the very cool things about 3D printing. All right, we're gonna merge all of this down and then move it over into this file. We're gonna click on Unify. And let's get this base the same size. The reason why I rotate it 90 degrees is because the axis is swapped in ZBrush versus most 3D printing slicers. And that's actually true in a lot of 3D printing, or just 3D software in general. They can't seem to agree which way is up. Personally, I think Z is up. It's X, Y, Z. They flopped the Y and the Z. I'm not sure why that's not something that's been decided upon. Sater says to Yoni, you can only fail yourself. That gives like disappointed dad vibes of like, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Very powerful. Oh, sweet. He's actually pretty much already the correct scale. Good job, me. Unintentional happy accident. All of the fancy roses might be too fancy. Jack, if you're still lingering, I'm gonna remove the roses unless you want them. I love them, but I would not be hurt if you were like, he does not need roses. Why can't I select the base? There we go. Art says, time to set sail. It was fun. We'll check out the work you got. Have fun sculpting. Bye, me mateys. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, Y is forward and X is side to side. I agree. And then Z is up. How about books instead of roses? That's a very good suggestion. I might not. For no real reason. I'm just undecided right now. Hey, Taylor's here. Someone being disappointed stings more than someone being mad. It's true. And then Sater says, heroic scale actually means... Did you just actually me? Actually means exaggerate features, but yes. Yes. It's usually also done in 32. Hello, it says Mia. I have a few ideas for the channel and possibly fun events I'd like to share at some point. We have mental battery for it. That'd be awesome. I feel terrible about not getting back to the art event thing. I hope that wraps that in somehow. I just, every day, at the end of the day, I'm like, oh, there's more I want to get done, but I didn't. And I'm like, oh, it's okay, I'll do it tomorrow. And then tomorrow, it turns out I'm still the same person and I am not, in fact, creating more time. So if you have bandwidth, that would be great. And I can read them during happy hour. Or we can schedule like a call or something, or whatever works later. Hey, Rob's here. Hello, hello. Missed you guys. Missed you too. Just popping to say hi. All right. This is a tall bird. Right now I'm gonna overlay the two different heads to make sure they're roughly the same size. We're going for an eyebrow check right now. Yes, they are the same size. Very good. I can't go by the feet because one's more hunched over than the other. All right, we're gonna merge them down and then we're gonna stick them on the base next to this lovely elf lady. Because see, they looked about the right size, but now that it's here, he's way too short. That's what I was worried about. All right, we're gonna increase the size. Really, probably as big as I can go without him just falling off the base. Yeah, we're gonna figure some things out. All right, we can go ahead and merge her and hide. And now I got my work cut out for me. This is about the scale I want to go for, and we will make it possible within reason. All right, I'm gonna hide one of these poses. Let's see how I can get you to fit on the base. Oh, it fits. Am I going crazy? I was certain this wasn't fitting at all. Like, totally fits. All right, cool. That was easy. What about the other one? Ah, yes, my problem child. But I knew you were my problem child, and that's why I like offering two different poses. Will the tall bird get a halberd? Halberd. I said it wrong. I mean, you know this. The answer is no, but that was a terrible pun. Good job. This owl looks wise. Scholarly warrior. You nailed it. Like, really accurately nailed it. It's a hexblade warlock. So all the tomes and the books and the pact and the magic, but he gets his power from his blade in this case, hence hexblade. So it's like a glass cannon type of build. I can't take credit for the design myself though, because this was a patron who had a lovely piece of commissioned art they shared with me. And then I pretty much just replicated it because it was so good and so strong. Halberd, I know. It's halberd. I don't know why I said it like that. Give me a break. I knew you guys would be like, really, Mia? I know. I panicked. All right, I need to straighten out the wings a little bit. They got a little overworked. So we're gonna just gently move them around with the move brush and unwobble them. The best thing to do would just be to re-import the wings, but I'm not going to do that. Oh, Mini Blaze is getting spicy again. No, not your job. Your job is to be here and have fun and be good peasant and ask art-related questions. It is not to nitpick clipping errors. All right. I want this character printed for my own desk, like this tall. And the wings are an organic shape, so I'm not too pressed about it being perfect or anything like that. But I just want to make sure I spend a lot of good time. And that's what we're doing right now, now that I got the scale done. Again, usually I do this a little differently in order, but I wasn't sure how he's going to fit on the base. I want to get that done as soon as possible before I remesh everything down. I'm going to go ahead and pinch this cape. It's getting a little thicker than it needs to be. Very good. Hey, Paint's here. Sorry I'm late to class. Permissible for today. Maybe I was just, oh no, I was trying to help, thinking you might miss that. It happens. I know you're always trying to help. I got it. It reminds me of like that mom vibe, like you go outside, it's like, don't forget your coat. I'm like, I got it. And you are right. This is clipping a little bit, but that's what I'm doing right now. Yeah, welcome in, Wolf. Please take a seat. You want to explain to the class where you've been? All right. God, it looks so cool. We're fiddling a little bit. This character was a lot of work and took a lot of time, so I don't want like a little small error to like set back the design, if that makes sense. Paint says, I'm with my Anatomy for Sculptors book and notepad. I love it. Rob, Mini Blaze is mom now. That'd be hysterical. Instead of reading Mini Blaze, just saying, Mom says. Mini Blaze says, Mom says. Oh, wow. If that bothers you at all, I won't say that, but it's just a joke for now. If he is a big model, not for gaming, it'd look awesome if his wings were dramatically flared out like he's getting off to take flight. I so agree. That would be very epic and, like, worthy of this character. Mini Blaze says, I think that's part of Aloha's tile. How would Aloha be mom? Aloha is like chaotic uncle, if anything. You know, it's hard to say. Aloha wears many hats. Sometimes Aloha is the rebellion leader. Other times Aloha is actually building the tavern. You know? It's hard to say. They wear many hats, one might say. Hey, Dewey's here. Hello, hello. Somebody that you gifted a membership to tuned in just because you did that. They're like, oh, they already watched. It's like the way the membership gifting works is like it goes in order of one, who allows memberships to be gifted to them. It's somewhere in their settings on their account. And then two, by like watch hours and stuff. So that was pretty cool. So thank you again. It was super generous. And it brought some new people in too. Abel says, what if the wings are separate and pinned into the body? It's just an unnecessary amount of work is the big thing. So with 3D printable models, like if it's this big, again, this is really tall. It's not so bad to create pins for the wings, but in 28mm scale, they're this big, which means pinning the wings is a huge pain in the booty. Just print it as one piece. And then, let's see, Taylor says, that's a lovely cape. Some of my favorite wrinkle work you've done. Aw, thank you. I actually thought, I didn't think that. I was kind of like, oh, I probably should have done better with that. So I really appreciate you saying that. Because it does look good. You're right. Sater says, I wonder what I am. The annoying librarian, actually. Maybe. Aloha says, Mia wields me like Excalibur to cause chaos or create vibes. That's pretty accurate. Does that make me a Hexblade Warlock? I don't know what I would be. Gary says, no problem. I try to support when I can. Glad people came in. Yes, yes. What do you mean pen? Do you mean like key or metal pen? I was thinking they meant like key. Miniboy says, if someone that had to pin arms on 15mm models keep the arms on, it's hard to do at such a small scale. But sometimes it is needed. Yeah, if you're paying them separate, that makes sense. A wizard. You a wizard or me a wizard? because I feel like that could apply to either one of us. You put in the time to learn the craft. Oh, yes, that makes sense. But I want to be a sorcerer. I want to be innately excellent, but I am not. I say that, but I love problems. You're right, I would be a wizard. That got like Hogwarts class too. Like, I'm about as Ravenclaw as it gets. Not sleeper, self-titled, crotchety old guy. Everybody loves that. Got some little funniness right here, so I'm gonna go ahead and smooth that in. Also, Taylor, since you're hanging out, if you're still here, I'm kind of curious what you've been up to, what you've been working on. You're always doing cool art stuff. I hope you found an artist to bring your really cool toy soldier idea to life, too. I'm still disappointed I couldn't have the time to do it, but I just knew with the time constraint I was going to, I was not going to full ass it, and there's no way I was going to half-ass it, so. Zader, that might have been too accurate. Aloha would be my familiar. That makes me a druid again, so I like that. Amazing. Me, Taylor, or Imposter Taylor? Goodness, you guys are both talented. I was talking about Imposter... No, they're not Imposter... They were here first. If you think you're Imposter Taylor. Taylor Brownie is who I was referring to. But obviously, I love knowing what you're working on, too. Yeah, Aloha, you're doing so much work for the stream and just general cool stuff. I'm curious if one day you're gonna, like, branch and, like, pretty much do your own, I don't know, like, streams or channel with all the stuff you've worked on and learned. I don't know. You don't have to do that, but you absolutely could. You're kind of refining a lot of skills here, which is epic. Sometimes I just wonder how all this is going to pan out 5 years down the road. You know what I mean? My life is so different every 5 years. I wonder if things are going to be more consistent in 5 years from now. It'd be a nice change. And hopefully in a house. I want dirt. All right, it's been a couple hours. I need to get this finished up. This got rotated a little weird right here, which is fine. All right, we're good. Stop fiddling. Merge, merge, merge. Very good. Let's find the bottom of this, make it nice and flat. Very good. Just making sure everything is touching. Extruding that straight down and then flattening it. Do we create any problems? Not that I can see. Abel says, in June, we could all do a live stream together and chat with each other as a daisy chain of art. That does sound beautiful. To get it done, like logistics-wise and YouTube, I think it would blow up my computer and said computers, but we'd pretty much do that in the Discord server, and that seems to work pretty well. Aloha says, in return for my work with the channel and stuff, Mia allows me to roam free with Spartan, and we gallop around on all fours together. That is such a chaotic, weird mental image. Oh, I love that. And it'd be even funnier because I don't know what any of my mods actually look like. They're just internet peoples that are awesome and good friends of mine, but faceless internet people. So it'd be even funnier because I wouldn't even know who, like if that you actually did that Aloha, I'd be like, who was this dude in my yard? And then, yeah, Satyr, what an image, Aloha. Taylor Brownie says, Mia, I've been focused on my day job as well as learning some advanced technical knowledge for Houdini simulation work with the help of a tutor. Awesome, I love that you're learning as well. I've not been posting anything as of late. I'm deciding also what software to focus on for the next few months, ZBrush or Clo 3D. Is that a cloth simulator? Because it sounds like it. That'd be hard to pick between because they're both different. Imagine Clo 3D would be more focused with ZBrush being a little more broad, but both very cool. Oh, there's like a little nib. What? Go away. There we go. Obviously, I'm biased. I'd be like, ZBrush, because ZBrush is awesome. But I do not have enough information to actually give a suggestion. Not that you're even asking. Sater says, Mia, yeah, you just do it in a voice chat and everyone's streaming and sharing their screen. That would be cool. Dewey says, we need someone to put together a campaign for us online. Who can DM? Funny you should ask. I'm actually starting a campaign in a couple weeks with Dr. Wildfire. And that was, wow, we are popping right now. Right here, where is it? I'm blind. Looking for TTRPG group. So you can go chat in our Discord and look for a DM. I know a lot of people are wanting to play together. And more people would have joined the group with Dr. Wildfire, but it was like time slot issues. But you were right. That's a great idea. And we're actively doing that. Oh, Clo 3D is the same program as Marvel's Designer. Gotcha. Except for some features for actually manufacturing the outfit. Ah, cool. I'm gonna turn on a fan. It's getting hot. Abel says, I only play D&D 4th edition. Wow, all one of you. I know people that play 3rd or 5th. You're my first person that only plays 4th. That's hysterical. Minivoice says, man, I have a lot of loud banging outside today. What the heck are my neighbors doing? Exactly why I want a lot of dirt, so I can live right in the middle of my dirt. With no neighbors. I love people, but not in my backyard or anywhere near me. Immediately you guys joking about the fireplace. You guys are lame. Yeah, it's definitely my floating fireplace. All right, this is looking good. I'm gonna jump into a quick happy hour after these are done. Which means any students have questions, DM me, as I see many of you guys already have, and I will get to all of you shortly. I relaxed a little too much during this stream and a little too slow, so I'm gonna kind of ramp it up again. Not rushing, but maybe actually getting stuff done again. All right, we're gonna remesh this base as well. Which is perfect, because I plan to stream for a long time today anyway. Oh, there's still hidden pieces. Stop. Paint says, Dewey just pinned you at Discord. Did you? I don't see you. Oh, yes. Oh, you pinged Dewey. I was thinking me. I don't know why. Yeah, thank you so much, Paint, for being like, here. Duh, that makes a lot of sense. Very helpful. Very sweet. All right, tool, export. Nope, that's not what I want. Try again. I'm going to export the base. Tool, export, which is right next to a bunch of buttons that do different things. And this will be B for base. We have our character here, which I'm going to just name C because it's a casual pose. And let's scoot him around until he is where he should be. This one fits really easily on the base. This is my not problem child. Oh, I really want to fiddle with this character. I don't know what it was about this character that made me like not want to just move on. It's very unlike me. Like, it's cool, don't get me wrong, but the fact that I was like so hung up on different aspects is a little unlike me. All right, so we can take these wings and push them back a touch. We want that to be the absolute farthest point. This wing just needs to be moved entirely. All right, I'm gonna use the move brush at a very high Z intensity and scoot it down. The reason I'm using really high Z intensity is to prevent any like lumpiness. If you do a bunch of little adjustments like this, you're gonna get a really lumpy mesh. You don't want that. No lumps. Yeah, I think I got kind of hung up on this character because it's almost like Paladin-esque and there's just a lot of assets. Mean Cat is here. That's a great username. He needs a sombrero. Summer is here. You know, it is supposed to be. I live in East Tennessee. In the high today, well, we had thunderstorms all last night. It's like 65 here. So not quite summer here yet. And then Taylor mentions their end goal with ZBrush is to have broad skills in human anatomy and sculpted elements like car hood ornaments. Very cool. That's like 2 different extremes in a cool way too. That'd be very a good skill set to have. All right, what else can I scoot on over? If I was more ahead and had more time to goof around, I would sculpt a little sombrero for him. Sombrero. I rolled that more than I expected to. All right, how far can I scoot this back? This is definitely more of a showpiece that you would print larger of this pose than playing on a table, but I'm trying to get it to where it's scoot back enough to where you could still play with it on a table. I like to flip it upside down, turn off perspective, and then use this to kind of see how far I can scoot it. It would help if this character wasn't so freaking tall too, but this is like a 7-foot tall owl. Dewey says, wait, there's a memes channel. I was wondering what happened to the questions. I have no clue there's channels I couldn't see. Don't even get me started on this. Oh my god, Discord drives me insane. So up here, if you go to, I can't even see because my sign. Well, see right here where you can't see? It says channel and roles. If you click on it, you can browse all of the channels here. It's supposed to give you all of them, but Discord is just insistent on hiding stuff. Ugh. Sounds. But yes, I'm glad that you found them. Insider mentions, my little robo guy has his rapier hanging over the base. It's fine. Rapiers. Problems. Didn't you drop your mini recently? I can't remember if you fixed it or not. What is this? Oh. I'm going to subdivide this a few times. I got a little too low poly for my liking. We're going to throw this one up to the top and name it casual so I don't accidentally goof up that mesh. And then Taylor Browning says, Mia, this is perhaps my favorite sculpt you've done. The shapes and pose have such an elegance to it. Details and lack of details all on the right places and ratio. Thank you. That is extremely sweet. And again, very high praise coming from a fellow artist that I respect. And then Mean Cat says, I'm actually Grumpy's cat prototype. Beautiful. We've had so many new people tune in today. I feel very honored. All right. You need to fit on the base. Your little foot needs to stop being not on the base. Come here. There we go. I knew this would be my problem child. And yeah, Taylor, a lot of stuff artistically has been coming together for me recently. I've been working really hard, and I think a lot of it's coming together. Like, I did this little sketch of a mouth earlier, and just for a student demo, and at the end, Sater was like, "That was actually a really good sketch," and I'm like, "That was." And it's so funny because only a couple weeks ago, I spent like 20 minutes trying to sculpt a mouth. Yeah, it's crazy when you work on things consistently, you improve. Like, dry humor aside, it's still so awesome when all the things actually come together. I feel like a lot of my hard work is starting to pay off, and it's awesome. Fun reminder that last year, I don't think I sculpted like a single thing from scratch that I didn't, unless I absolutely had to. And now I do it all the time just for fun. All right, perfect. And I'm especially happy you like this model so much, Taylor, because I had a hard time moving on from it. I really kind of, quote unquote, fiddled around more than I normally do. And I always make a point of like not doing that and just like get the model done. But I don't know, I just felt like this one especially deserves some extra care and attention. Now, I can't take full credit for the design. This was a request from a commission piece. I want to make sure that you see the original artwork. Because I guess at the end of the day, it's more like a collab. Yeah, this is the original artwork that I made this character from. So I had to translate this to 3D, which was quite challenging. And I made some differences. Like on this art piece, the skirt lays on top, and then this is underneath, which I didn't think made as much sense. So I flopped the layers there, and I did not include a little bit of chainmail either, because I thought I'd get a little bit too busy. But it's a pretty cool character. I'm very grateful to have such a cool community with all these awesome requests. Raise his pinky because he fancy. If I didn't hate posing models in hands, I would, but no, it must finish. Mean Cat says, this bird gives me Red Mage vibes. What is that? What is that from? Red Mage from what? I was just gonna agree, but I was like, I actually don't know what you're talking about. So I won't pretend. But definitely, he's a Hexblade Warlock, so he's definitely magic for sure. I'm glad the magic vibes are coming through. I think it's the big collar. Minivay says, and it's about sculpting from scratch. That is because we know you can do it well, and we push you to do it. It's true. I have a really excellent group of peasants here, if I do say so myself. Final Fantasy, I believe. Never played it though, so I'm not positive. I played a little bit of Final Fantasy 13-2. I think that was the name of the game, like actually 13-2. 13-2? Part 2? I don't know. But that's the only one I played a little bit of, which is silly because I know I'd like the series. No, I played something else. I played the one... No, I did play a lot of Final Fantasy game with the guy with black hair... Royal Edition? Anyway, it was really fun. It was a group of guys. It was Noctis was the guy's name, I think. I played it a long time ago, so it's like super hazy. But that was awesome. I really like that game. Mean Cat says, Red Mage can cast all spell types and can do melee as well. Oh, that's perfect. That's literally what this guy is. Cool, cool. In that case, I especially enthusiastically agree. I had a feeling you were pretty much saying that, but I was like, you know what? I don't know what the reference is. I do better with just saying I don't know. Final Fantasy 15 Royal Edition. Yes, that's what I played. Thank you. It was very good. And then I see Non-Sleeper says ZBrush is a drug. When did you say that? Like, what is that in reference to? I agree. But I missed that conversation chain. Ooh, this is post-processing really slow, which means there is a mesh problem somewhere. All right. Oh, wow. It actually worked. So whenever you cancel an operation, such as Decimation Master, it opens as like a separate like sub-application. That's just a long way of saying that I encourage you to check your activity monitor on Mac or your task manager on Windows, because a lot of times when you cancel it, it doesn't actually stop. Yep, look, see? It's taking up my entire CPU right now, even though it says that it stopped. Just ZBrush things. It's very annoying. Quit. Force quit. And it will not cancel ZBrush. ZBrush is still right here and happy. And oh look, it didn't, it's unbreaking my computer. Yeah. All right, what is the problem here? Yeah, 130 edges that are mad somewhere. But about what? And where? Usually it's around the feet. Ah, it's this absolute disaster. See? Yeah, that's fine. That's really easy to fix. This is just an edge. I'm just gonna mask it and delete it. I knew it'd be something small. Close holes, smooth. There you go. No harm, no done. No harm, no done. No harm, no foul. This is why I had the second coffee today. All right, that should have fixed it. Yep, pretty much did. Fix errors. Let's do a nice little remesh and then decimate. Mini Blade says, it's not just ZBrush. I have that issue with Windows and other programs. That sounds fair. If ZBrush is telling me it stopped an operation and then it didn't, I dislike that. All right, why are you causing more problems? Stop. All right, here. We're gonna mask this, drag it straight down, and go in with the knife brush. The knife brush does a good job when it doesn't crash the whole program. That sounds like really sarcastic, but I am serious. Like, it's a great brush when it does not crash. It generates new topology wherever it's sliced. See? See how much nicer and cleaner that is? Simple. Did that not make it down to the base? It didn't. Oh, I'm glad it caught that. Oh, I really want this model to be done, but I don't want to rush it. All right, how are we looking? Perfect. Pretty much fixed every issue. Now let's decimate. Did the new pen come in? Yes, it did. And it looks exactly the same as the old pen, but it works. Mean Cat says, can you imagine trying to run ZBrush on Windows 98? That'd be a fun challenge. I can hear the dial-up tones screaming in the background right now. Look in the super secret private chat when you can. I can, because I have it on my phone. Why is my computer yelling? You're okay. Calm down. Ooh. Alo's working on really cool tabard graphics for us. Oh, check it out. I love the script. YouTube members. We got 3 pages worth. That's awesome. I love seeing Moo poking out from behind. Yeah, make sure you gotta differentiate Yoni and RB. But that's it. This is so cool. That's awesome. I just love it. I love the color scheme. I love the layout. And then everyone's like, I want to see. You will. It will be on stream shortly when it is implemented. All right, why is my computer screaming? You're okay. Or is that my tablet? Yeah, we're good. All right. We have casual pose, looks good. I don't mind these are a little higher res because there's a lot going on here. I think we're finally done. Okay. Remesh by union. Couple small mesh errors, really small, nothing to actually cause any problems. And if there are significant problems, we will find it in Mesh Mixer, which is exactly why we put it there. All right. Let's make sure this is intersecting with the base at all connection points. Very good. All right, Tool Export A. So I use a couple different 3D software just to double check these 3D printable models. My least favorite 3D printing slicer is Litchi because it screams about literally everything. It will still print. but it doesn't stop me from doing my due diligence and checking it in ZBrush as well as in our 3D software. It doesn't have to be Mesh Mixer. It's just a really old software that I started using years ago, and I still am. There actually isn't any support for it anymore, especially not on Mac. I just found some bootleg link of it, and it worked. All right, there's a little farmer dude in here somewhere. That's just a check scale. Oh God, is he really that tall? Did I make him way too tall? No, we're not double checking that. We are committing to the decision that I made. There we go. Yeah, what is in here? Oh, it is a little piece of shredded mesh. Nah. See, that's why I do that. Because Mesh Mixer will highlight any errors very clearly, whereas ZBrush does not. ZBrush is just like mad. It'll just say, hey, there's problems. I'm like, oh, okay, where? And it's like, there's problems. And that's why I like using this, because it will visually show me where they are. All right, this is an Owl Folk Warlock. This is the casual pose, and I'll be sending this over to Jack today. Again, thank you so much for supporting me on Patreon and letting me bring your character to life, because this thing rocks. Insert Patreon ad. You want me to model your character? Go look at Patreon. But seriously, I'm great at what I do, and I love doing this. All right, let's go ahead and get the same treatment done right here, because yeah, we got a little bit of a little goofy spot right here. See that? Wow, that's a cute mesh. We're just gonna mask it and just delete the whole thing and close holes. Bam, fixed. Just like that. All right, tool export, we'll rename it A, replace it. Abel says, I love Mesh Mixer. Yeah, it's simple and good, isn't it? I used to do all my supports in this program. Up until very recently, I pre-supported all my stuff in this program. That's kind of a lie. Ricky's been pre-supporting and printing for the last several years. I did it first, so in my head, I'm still the one doing it, but it hasn't been my job for a long time. Sager says, I tried to get into Orca. Yikes. Cura was so much more simple. Cura is fantastic. Now I am a Bamboo Labs. That is not a funny word to say on stream. I really like Bamboo Labs. I use all of their software and 3D printers now. Owlfolk, Warlock, action. No base. So I offer this no base version so that we can scale it however you like. My default is 28mm scale, but some people like them as giant statues, some of them like them even smaller, and this gives you the flexibility to do that. Hey, Monkey's here. Greetings, humans. Taylor says, Mia, today's Tavern pet could be a whale with large open jaw exposing the baleen teeth. Oh, it could be. I totally forgot. We did have a donation today, and I did not update the tip goal. That's my bad. So, $30 unlocks a new Tavern pet, and we are $5 of the way there for today. Never expected, always appreciated, resets every day. Boop, boop. $5 there. Alrighty. And then Non-Sleeper says bye for now. And then saying specifically bye to Aloha. It's very sweet. Keep an eye on all the young peasants. Oh, that's nice. Hey, new sub too. Mean Cat. Hey, cool. Good. Stick around. Alrighty. I always like good people in the chat. Especially cats. Cats are my favorite. I'm so bummed out I don't have any cats right now. I have a horse and a dog. If you can call him a dog. He's a pug, so he's like a little gremlin, but growing up I always had cats. And we live out in the country. I keep hoping the cat distribution system will just send me one, but it hasn't. The neighbors have barn cats, but you know, they're barn cats. They don't want to be loved on. I still talk to them every day when I do my barn chores though. Jack says, it looks amazing by the way, it's so cool. Oh, I'm so glad. Monkey says, you know what really grinds my gears? Nails. Nails in the road specifically. Someone got a flat tire. Hey, Taylor is contributing to the donation pool. They just say simply, whale. All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. All right. We are a little closer. I just love the comment. Just whale. This is the whole point of how this pool works. Now a Tavern pet, if someone wants to do a buy all, is only 20 bucks as opposed to 30. Empress. Ooh, it's blurple. It is blurple. Blurple. Blue purple. Mean Cat says, I'm a Blender boy myself. That's allowed. So I feel ZBrush is the true way, but I'm a renegade though. Now, Blender's awesome. We make jokes around here that we don't like Blender because I'm a Blender snob. I did the donut, I did the thing, and then I had to spend $1,000 on a stupid program because it's a little easier to use. I like high poly sculpting, so you can do it in Blender though. I'm literally just a Blender snob for no good reason. It's true. Some of my students use Blender full time though. Yeah, we have quite a few Blender boys in the community. We do. Monkey says, you should all be proud of me. I did a 3D model yesterday. Share it in the Discord. I'm gonna share your art. I want to see. We all want to see. Why isn't this going away? Stop searching. Oh, Reaper finished their dragon. Check this out. This is from our mod Reaper, who's extremely talented, aka Taylor Beth. If you too are like, wow, I want them to draw me a dragon, you should. You can commission her. She's fantastic. And then Monkey, if you have time, I'd like to see what you posted, what you made. First thing I've done since getting out of the production weeds. Finally got to do something I wanted to do. You know what? Confetti for that and for the 2 donations. But yes, confetti for that because I get how it is doing business and whatnot. Sometimes you go weeks without doing what you really want to do. That's just part of it. Software Tools says, looks great. Thank you so much. I can't decide if I'm going to shorten your name to Software or Tools. Probably Software. Otherwise I'm just calling you a tool on stream. That's not very nice. Yeah, the dragon's mad cool. We have so many talented creators here. Speaking of, if you want to share off your art and stuff, join our Discord. We have a ton of really talented artists here. Even if you're just like a baby artist and like you just make stick figures, like we're all about creating and especially creating bad art. We love that too. All right, I need to send this to Jack. Hey, we just hit 30 viewers. That doesn't happen very often, so thank you guys. All right, let me get this uploaded and sent over. Actually, I can do this once I end the stream. We're gonna roll right over into it's officially happy hour. This is a time where I focus on my students and get them new assignments and review artwork. So let's do it. Software says either is fine with me. Yeah, I'm not gonna call you tool. Let's ensure your art. Check it out. This is made from Meditating Monkey. Heck yeah. Fully poly painted and everything. That scimitar looks excellent. Is it curved enough to be a scimitar? Am I wrong? Whatever. This weapon, this sharp blade, looks very cool. I like the inscriptions on the belt too. Also, the boots are straight up just as good as mine. I am not. I need to upgrade my shoe game. Those are great boots. All right. It's student time. I just keep zooming in on that. First off, let's see what Paint has to say. Oh, interesting. So I told Paint to think of something to create. Their current assignment is Plan Create. And they said, weirdly, I'm having a hard time thinking of a thing to make. You can ask chat or think of something if you want. If you guys want to give Paint, one of my students, a small prompt of what to create, don't tell them to create a whole character like a whole dragon or something. Something simple and cool, like a magic staff with a gem on top of it, or a fun hat. I would say a fun hat. That is my prompt. But perhaps, oh, falchion, you're right. Perhaps chat will have a more interesting suggestion for you. I say a fun hat. And we'll tune back if you guys have more recommendations for them. Aloha says, a weird goobly. Very good. All right. RB Miniature says, so this is what I did. Let me make this nice and big for y'all to see. These are all my students. So again, thank you guys so much for being part of my mentorship program. I love what I do, and it's making me a better artist too. RB says, so this is what I did. Sure, this was for a client, and it got approved as well and ready for print. But I'd like to have feedback on the clothes, which will help a lot for my assignment. Thank you. And sorry, hello. Aw, you're so sweet. You don't have to say hello first. Oh, and then Taylor says, tell Paint to make a little coin bag. I like it. Taylor says, little coin bag. That's a good one too. These are all really good prompts. Thank you, thank you. Okay, we're looking at fabric folds. So it looks like this is not an astronaut, but like some sort of like heavy gear some sort of explorer. So the gear here, or the clothing, is going to be much thicker, maybe like a dense wool or something. So that means the fabric folds are going to be chunkier and less defined. Like if you have like a big woolen blanket and like you kind of scrunch it up, it's not going to have as many fabric folds as like a gauzy, silky toga, or even like my shirt. It's kind of wrinkly and thin, that kind of thing. So you did a good job here with, it's time to do a draw over. You. All right, you did a really good job, especially right here on the arms. Nope, not helpful. There you go. You have a lot of these Z folds, but not a whole lot of other variety of fold. So I always joke, like with sculpting fabric folds, it's as easy as X, Y, Z. I'm really just saying Z. Maybe that's a Y fold if it goes around the side. So I would look up X, Y, Z folds and stuff in compression and whatnot. So X, let me shorten up this window so you guys can actually see everything. Crazy. All right, X, Y, Z folds, not dolds, folds. Here you go. And this is something simple that will give you, this is my favorite little image here that I swear I pull this up all the time, especially because they're all in the same spot. But X folds are actually quite difficult, in my opinion, to blend and make look aesthetic. I go for a lot of Y and Z, but I would vary up the flow here, because if you look at this right now, you kind of have the same fold exactly back and back. So instead, maybe have it just scrunch a little more around the armpit, be a slightly looser area from here to here, and then perhaps a little scrunching more in the back of the elbow and right by the wrist. What you have here already looks quite good though, seriously. For the pants, more is more. Right here would actually be a really good opportunity to have some bunching like Y folds. And you can have one here and then another that folds off here. I just don't think you punched in deep enough here. It gets a little mumbly. This is definitely your best example of fabric fold. The way that you detailed this kind of pouch here makes me unsure of what the material is, because they are a little bit on the thin side. I do love that it kind of bunches around, like the volume sinks in where the straps cross, which is perfect. That's what you want. So really good job there. But like these fabric folds are not telling me anything. What does it mean? What is the texture? What is happening? But for the most part, fantastic. Right here too, you can punch in a little bit more. Good work though. Your fabric folds are improving immensely and very quickly. So I know you're practicing a lot. Good work. I'm proud of you. If that makes sense, let me know. If it doesn't, let me know and I'll explain again. But I do want to scroll up a little bit. The fabric folds on that versus like here are so much more complex and so much better. So good job. I'm really proud of you. Demolition Specialist Armor. Oh, that's what it looks like. All right, next up is Empress. Empress says, here is my submission. Is this oddish? 7 subtools, whoops. Body, feetsy, center leaf, 3 sets of leaves, and the eyes. Pretty sure this is oddish from Pokemon. If you didn't mean for it to be oddish, that's fine, but it's totally oddish. Cute. I love it. You crushed it. That's Create Fun Simple. I don't really have any feedback. You just did a great job. The proportions are actually quite nice on this. Okay, I do have some feedback. I always have feedback. The way that you have all of the leaves spread over isn't as visually interesting if you were to break the symmetry a little bit. Like grab a couple leaves and like scoot one down and pull one up and kind of break that silhouette up a little more. That being said, this is still just absolutely adorable and well done. I'm so proud. I remember how hard it was for you before you joined the mentorship program. You're trying to make that little like owl blob boy and you weren't making a lot of progress. And this just looks so clean and clear and adorable. I want to give you a new tool in your tool belt. You're going to learn all about alphas because I'm pretty sure we haven't done that yet. Nope. So that is your next assignment. Alphas essentially interact with your brush and it can make one brush have the power of infinite amount of brushes. And you can make your own alphas. Bam, you have your next assignment. Next up is Max. Empress says thank you. You're very welcome. All right, Max says, in your videos, you talk a lot about primary, secondary, and tertiary forms. Can you explain what you mean by this? Good question. All right, I responded at 2:39. All right, because I'm gonna give them the live stream link so they can actually follow along in real time. Great questions. Okay, Max says, in your videos, you talk a lot about primary, secondary, and tertiary forms. What do you mean by this? That's a great question. Let's talk about it. We got a character right here. These are ways I simplify the forms to review my character and what things look like. All right, so we have this guy right here. I'm gonna make it nice and big. Let's make this, I'm trying to fit what's me as simple as possible. All right, we're gonna go with this T pose here first, and I can do a little bit of draw over. Here we go. So primary forms will describe the most simple shape of your character. In this case, a lot of things here are very triangle shaped. We have this right here, and then the wings kind of complement this by being these upside down triangles. But that's the primary form. So when you lean back and you squint and look at this, that's kind of what you see. The wings make it a little more complicated, but you get the point. So again, it's a triangle. And this is much more interesting of a shape than perhaps if I made this just a complete blocked out rectangle. Can you imagine if I just had his head, which is gigantic, and filled that whole space? That's not a very nice silhouette. So that's the primary. And now I want to make secondary forms that complement this shape. And that's exactly what happened here with, does that stand out enough? Let's go with like blue. That's exactly what I did with this shoulder piece. So it's going to push out the silhouette a little bit and enhance the main shape that is here. Same with this cape. That's going to build up that shape. And then same with these little drapes right here. So yeah, there's our primary triangle and then some interesting shapes that are secondary forms push off of that. And that leaves tertiary, which is details. Tertiary is the fabric folds right here. It's all these little feather divots and arguably the beak and these little eyebrow fluffies, but not really. All little details. It's very, very important that you do not break hierarchy when you're designing. So stay primary shapes first, then secondary, then tertiary. And you're like, okay, I think I understand. Let me explain it like this. You can't add feather detail when you don't have a body to put them on. Does that make sense? Primary shape first, then refine, then detail it. You don't want to detail a blob. I hope that it makes sense. If not, ask again. David's here. Good morning. Welcome in. Great question, though. You also ask, I watched the alpha video and downloaded one I want to try out. I can't figure out how to import it. Oh, figured out how to import the alpha. Very good. Also, is there a quick way to switch what subtool you're working on, or do you need to click on one you want from the sidebar? There is a hotkey for that. I'm glad that you asked. So by default, you click on pieces over here. These are subtools. And then you can see that it's selecting new pieces. I have Shift F clicked, so it'll show the wireframe just so you guys can see what I have selected. But that can be really annoying because I have a bajillion subtools. See this? So having to look for what you want is annoying. What you do is you hold down Option on Mac, that's Alt on Windows, and then you can just click. Bam! That is the fast way to do that. You can alternatively click N on your keyboard. I don't know, N for Nemo. And then you can have all your pieces visually shown here and select them from there as well. Also, while we're on topic, in order to import an alpha, you go to Alpha, Import. It is very picky at the resolution and the size. It has to be a square and it has to be not super high res. Great question. All right, so they have finished the alpha assignment, I believe. Oh no, they have plan and create left. Okay, I'll wait for you to do plan and create and we're good. Next up is mini mimics. I see you're working on this like wild cat, leopard inspired former stripper, hysterical. You got some really wonky stuff going on with these back legs, but I know you're still figuring it out, so I'm not going to criticize that. Mini Mix says, I need to rethink the sword, but I think you're right about scale. This looks much better now. I never heard 28mm thing, so thank you. That helps greatly. I used to just generally have it as tall as loop models that I had on hand. Okay, gotcha. And that can be tricky because height, you know, if your character is crouching, it'll be inherently smaller. So that means that all of your crouching models will be way too big and vice versa. We are in happy hour. You are correct. Very good. All right, I think that's pretty simple. I'll kind of just leave that there. I don't think that needs like a typed out response. If any other students that have questions, now is the time to ask. And I'll also open this up to students that have questions as well in the chat. Attempted odds without reference. Use references. But yes, that is still good. Oh, Sater says to David, any hour you're here is happy hour, friend. Aw, that's cute. That's friendly peasant vibes. That's what I want around here. Very good. Oh, who joined? Oh, very nice. Zero is here. We have a new freebie model that's been shared. This is for free. Download on my Patreon. And it's a keg. Now it's a party. It's just a good Scattertrain piece. Oh, based on this. Bomb specialist suit. That is exactly what that is from. Very good. All right, do we have any other questions? Doesn't look like it. Okay, very good. Mal says it makes perfect sense. Thank you. You're very welcome. Mal is Max. Same time. Because nobody can be bothered to have the same username in two places. It's fine. I have a heated coffee mug, and the worst part, I mean, it's nice, it keeps it hot, but at the bottom, it turns into absolute molten lava. Hot. Better than cold coffee, but oh my god. Hot. Oh, David says, Mia, I do have a question. Yes. Generally with art, I know you don't want to get too busy, but specifically with minis, how much is too much and how little is too little in regards to detail? Well, let me think of a way to like coherently answer this as opposed to being vague. You know, that's a great question because you can be like, oh, it's just based on feel, just what it looks right. That's a garbage answer. That's not actionable. So I'm really trying to think of what makes sense by looking at my characters. So generally for minis, I still like to be very, very detailed. I don't really design them with a thought that it's going to be only this big because, again, I show this all the time because I have the same mini printed twice. A lot of people print my stuff this big and they print it this big. And I'm not going to, what is that from? Go away, settings. Nobody needed you. Stop. All right. A lot of people print my stuff in both scales. So I need them to both look good and read good. I find that a small design will still read well, big or small, and vice versa. So just because it's going to be small, you don't want to just like drench it in details, but you want it to be visually interesting. So I put it this way, add as much detail as you can possibly cram onto it while it's still serving a purpose. That is my rule of thumb. So I have all these feather details here, you can see the layering, and that looks really nice. And if you zoom in, you can start seeing some details of like the actual band or the core of the feather. But I didn't like go through each side here and like fluff it out even further, you know what I mean? Because it's kind of like a useless detail for what I'm doing. My Apple Watch is like, why haven't you stood up in 3 hours? Don't worry about it. So yes, as much detail as possible is how I design while still serving a purpose. Good question. Just Lingwell says, I have arrived. Let you know it looks amazing. Oh, thank you. Have you seen it posed? Check it out posed. We got this pose. Which oh, he's not on the base. Get over there. Get on the base. And we also have this pose. I freaking love, everyone loved this character so much. Oh my goodness. What a hit. And then David says, well, details, yes, but more like accessories, outfit designs, etc. I phrased the question poorly. Questions are hard, man. I get it. So as far as like what accessories, it's actually the same question. Don't just cover your character in belts and pouches pointlessly unless they're like, I don't know, a rogue full of little potions and poisons and daggers. I really go with, it's really up to a stylistic preference. I just say as much as possible while still making sense and still serving a purpose. If you just clutter all over the model, it's gonna look like a mess, right? But let's say you don't have a lot of visual interest. You need to generate that kind of visual interest. So I have this demonic druid here. And I like showing you guys this in grayscale because one, I hate painting my minis apparently. And two, because even in grayscale, she reads really well. So I have like this like leaf details on her hips and her shoulders because those are points of the silhouette that push out, right? Her shoulders and her hips are about the same width. And I want that to read really clearly. So I embellished them. I didn't just put leaves all over her. You know what I mean? It's things that are going to accentuate the primary forms. Again, it always comes back to the shape before it. So secondary forms should improve and either add interest or clarity to the form before it. Wow, that was actually really coherent. Good job, me. Did you save those after you finished? I think so. I mean, it's exported. It's done. We're good. And David, I love that you re-asked the question too. Again, questions are hard. If I answer something that's not quite what you were wanting, ask it again. You'll get better at asking questions, and I get better at answering them. Oh yeah, David's like, can you go back to the other one? I want an example of extended sword to fix my mimic armor. Sure, and I kind of like broke my own rules here a little bit because this guy is so freaking tall. He needs to be like 7 feet tall. So it hangs off the base quite a lot, but I thickened it up quite a bit and I have a bit of a tilt here. I could have done one better by doing a mask lasso moment here and just tilting the whole thing up another 45 degrees. I didn't, but I could have. I've got tone right now because I'm like, I don't want to be a bad example. I do my best to not be like, do as I say, not as I do. But yes, that's much better than it just being completely horizontal to the base. Still very usable. And it wouldn't be as big of a problem if this guy wasn't like 7 feet tall, but he is, so alas. And then Bunny says, don't call a man Wayne Reynolds like that. Who's Wayne Reynolds? That sounds like Batman. I'm gonna look this up. Wayne Reynolds. Oh, wow. Art. Oh my goodness. Oh, I've seen this stuff. Very talented artist. Oh yeah. Okay. This is like a more is more kind of artist. I love it. I would still say a lot of these details are interesting or functional in some way. He's just got really... Wow. Sorry, I'm just like... People need to start giving Wayne Reynolds a break. What? I imagine other people are complaining about it being cluttered. Nah, I love it. It makes them look lived in. I love that. And then Sager says, Bunny, I like you more every time you speak. I love war. Is that Wayne Reynolds art? Legit my favorite fantasy artist. Heck yeah. I love the style he has, just giving them a bunch of stuff to carry around. His work on all the iconics for Pathfinder is incredible, but his work with Magic the Gathering art is what first made me fall in love with him. I love a love letter to artists. Incredible. Man. I mean, like, again, they're busy, but, like, be interesting. Be awesome. Oh, that's in the game I played. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Yeah, Sela. That's why I know his art. I've played that game. Cool. War is his signature. Okay, gotcha. I assume A is his middle name then. All right, I think that brings us to the end of happy hour. We still have a lot of stream left. We're currently hitting the 3-hour mark. I'm expecting to go for at least another hour, perhaps 2. We will see. Payne says, Mia, I sent you an idea and want to check if it's too much. Sure, let me take a look. Maybe a red cap goblin looking at some coin in his bag. That is a full character. So, if you do this, just do it with the thought that it's going to be a sketch. Let yourself be loose, easy breezy with the shapes, and then don't get too bogged down in details. Kind of do it the same way I did my speed sculpt the other day of that character, where it looks kind of like a mannequin doll almost, and then I think you'll be just fine. Buddy says, I'm gonna make dinner. Be back in a bit. Sounds good. I'll probably be here. Lovely. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break to kind of like reset my brain because I haven't taken a proper break with a snack. I would like a snack. And then I will come back. And then a reminder that Tavern Pet is still on today if it's still an option. It is discounted by $10 thanks to other peasant efforts, so keep that in mind. And if anyone wants to roll a D20 Destiny, like the people like Taylor and Jack who donate $5, you guys can roll a D20. I'm just gonna make you ask. Yeah, so stop at primary and secondary forms, what she's saying. Precisely. All right, it's currently just about the start of the new hour. I'll be returning by 2:30 p.m., so on the next half hour by the absolute latest. In the meantime, kick back, relax. If you haven't stood up in the last 3 hours, you probably should. I'm gonna stretch. And yeah. When we come back, I'll find something new to work on and cook. Maybe we'll do a new pose or the first pose, the Cherry Blossom Dragon. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit. Hey y'all, and welcome back. I had a fantastic lunch break. I hope you guys did as well. Oh, Yoni's getting some Wendy's. I literally just ate and that still sounds good. I forgot to re-lipstick after I ate all my lipstick off during lunch. Sounds gross, but I mean, it's true. That's really funny. Yoni says they're nearby Wendy's, doesn't want to serve you. They just keep you waiting at the order menu, or at the order like drive up. They're just hoping you'll just walk away, like drive away. I was kind of like that when I was a resident advisor at Fresno State. So they'll call you and be like, oh, someone's here for a tour, you know? And I also did tours as part of my job. And I realized a little late that they just called me first because I wasn't trying to dodge it. I was just like, yeah, it's my job. And I broke the record for tours given in a semester. And let me tell you, wow, was I impossible to get a hold of after that. I was like, I was good and did my job and you guys took advantage of me. What the fuck? Oh my god. Reaper had pancakes. Beautiful. Yoni just drives away. Oh my goodness. All right, we are getting ready for another stretch of art creating goodness. I think I'm going to post-process the Nuckelevee and get that model finished in something I'm really satisfied with. Monkey says, hey Mia, what's the little black and white box that's in the top left called? I'm trying to find it in my interface, my custom interface, and I removed it. I can't find out what menu it is. Top left. Little black and white box. Can you send a screenshot? I'm covered in boxes. What box? And I actually have a sign covered. Check mesh? This one? Black and white box. Do I know my lefts and rights? Yes. Looking at the stream, so right under the M3DM Tabverb sign is what you're asking? Mia, do you remember what the first 3D freebie was? Nope. No idea. The one that shows the shadow. Oh. I don't have it up right now, right? But if you're talking about like the shadow, like silhouette, it would be under preferences, cam view, right around here. That shows something else. Thumbnail. This. This is silhouette. Asking for this. One that shows the shadow. We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna get warmer. The one that goes there in the default UI. Oh. I don't know. Let me bring up the default UI. Restore standard UI. Oh, right here, homepage. When I click on homepage, nothing even happens. If you're talking about lightbox, just with comma. Oh, this one homepage. It did open, in fact. But yeah, for me, my default up here is showing, it's just a homepage and lightbox and then the actual brush. Back to my custom UI. I hope that helped. The one for the camera. Dude, I'm so sorry. I'm trying so hard to figure what you're talking about. I just don't know what you're talking about. This is important. I'm obsessed with this because Monkey's great and they're here all the time. Let me hide my little sign. Yeah, I don't have anything special right there. The one for the camera thumbnail. Yeah, I showed it to you. I got it down. Okay, good. Yep. Very good. Oh, I see. It's right here. All right, we're on the same page. I got you. You got me. All right, we're set. It is now time for the next part of the stream, which is a new endeavor. I'm going to try and get another model fully post-processed and minimal fiddling, which is easier said than done. Especially when they are large models with a lot cool that you want done just right. So here is this is where this model started off. This is a very, very early work in progress. This was all done from scratch, which just means I sculpted it from a handy dandy sphere. Whoop. Wee. Look at him spin. All right, so this was the initial concept, and then we have worked on it. So about 5 to 6 hours later, I would say, we ended up with this. All of this was done on stream. So if you want to know how the heck it happened, you can find out or ask me. Monkey's like, you got it. I found it now. Why is communication so hard? I'm glad I was able to help you. I'm trying to block out his shape. Well, good. It's a great tool to do so. You can always just click turn off poly paint by holding shift right here. And if you have black selected as your poly paint, you can kind of like toggle it yourself. That's what I do. Oh, Ricky is outing me. Yesterday I had a pasta left over, and while I was heating it up, I killed a fly, and it was like a gigantic, disgusting, juicy fruit fly, and it exploded everywhere. And it grossed me out so much, I like could not eat my lunch. So now I don't want to eat that pasta. I just like, I am a sensitive girl sometimes. Anyway, it's like when you try not to think about white penguins, and all you think about are penguins. Same kind of thing. But anyway, today, Ricky was like, I'll eat the leftover pasta. You can have pulled pork nachos. And sure as shit, he heats it up, and I'm like, that looks really good. Wives are the worst. Sorry. And girlfriends. That's what we do. Monkey says because of words. I agree. Ricky is telling on me. My lord. Hey, David's back. Welcome back. All right. Something about the coloring and the poly paint here is just icking me out. It looks so dark, and I just want it to look different. So I'm gonna give myself like 5 minutes or so to see if I can kind of change up the color scene here. I just want to see it with like fresh eyes. I have double shade selected, which is weird. I usually have skin shade selected. I think it's because I like that it looked kind of wet, which is gross and cool. So right now I'm selecting different matte caps and just kind of playing around with what they look like. Oh, flat colors is always, that's not flat colors. Oh, I flip a trade. That's literally not flat colors. That's red wax. Okay. This is the same thing. I'm not sure why that's... All right, ZBrush, whatever. That's working. There's an environment light. That's cool. Again, I'm just kind of playing with the lighting right now because I want to see this in a refreshed way when I start to post-process. Yeah. No, Ricky has never taken my lunch. I am just a menace. All right, we're gonna click on colors as my macro here that will redo my scene. Wow, it broke my scene. Okay. Feels bad, man. Let's see if I can fix it. Why is it so bright? Oh my God. I'm actually gonna take this entire thing and put it in a new scene because it just got so borked up at one point. So what I did was I hit copy tool, comma for Lightbox project, and we're gonna just double click on a default project. There's nothing interesting happening here. Paste tool. There we go. We are boring and simple. This is the default light setup in ZBrush. Why are you so laggy? Relax. There you go. I'm gonna double check my activity monitor to make sure there isn't like 5 instances of ZBrush running. Yeah, what the heck? I'm not doing anything right now. What are you so mad about? Okay. Chrome is exploding. Chrome helper, 384% of my CPU. God, I hate Chrome. All right, I'm gonna not have the chat for just a second here while I cancel it, because we're just gonna blow up Chrome before it blows up my computer. I'm just disgusted when simple things don't work well. This close to just... Ricky says no, because I'm a good person. Mini Blaze says, quite. I'm defending your poor choice. All right, that seemed to have calmed it down a little bit. It's still really silly. Even ZBrush is mad. You're not doing anything. You're just opening a project. There you go. 5%. That's what I thought. Weird. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. Mean Cat says, a Monster Ultra Zero with 2 Splendas is a good substitute when someone steals your lunch. Oh my god. That's not even remotely how that works. Please have a vitamin, like a fruit. Perhaps a vegetable. Monster with 2 Splendas. Oh my god. That's criminal. Ricky also likes energy drinks, so you're preaching to the choir. All right, we're going to reconstruct this scene here. We currently have, it looks like poop. Monkey recommended Blinn. Where's Blinn? Is it a matte cap or a material? Matte cap Blinn. All right, matte cap. Where's Blinn? God forbid this is in alphabetical order. All right, we're going to do it. Read through this like a peasant. I did not find it. I know I've seen it before, though. I might not have it in my old, outdated version of ZBrush. Oh, it's not a matte cap. It's a standard material. Ah! You lied to me. That does look really good. Oh, I see. You since corrected material. That is a good one. All right, let's construct from here. Let's move around our lighting, because gosh, the default lighting in ZBrush is so bad. It's like you just can't even see anything. All right, let's get a warm bounce light. Not that warm. This is actually kind of tricky because the character is so red to start with. So maybe I shouldn't put a red light on it. I guess color theory says green. Just something light to where I can get some more contrast. And then let's also increase the intensity of... There we go. Look, I can see it again. And we also need some ambient occlusion. I feel like the ambient occlusion is barely doing anything. Probably has to do with the material. Yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna go my normal approach here. Click on colors again, see what that does. There we go. See, colors did not explode my scene this time. Very good. So we're kind of afternoon over here, last half of the day. How is your guys' day going? For me, it's been more laid back than I expected. I was expecting it to be a little more tiring, but nah, working has come pretty naturally. It's been nice. AO only shows up once you go to BPR. That is not true. Right here, preview AO, you can turn it on and off. Let me scoot over this model. So go to preferences, preview AO. Where the heck is it? I was just on it. Is it render? My bad, render. Render, preview AO. You can toggle it on and off and adjust the intensity of it, see? On and off. It's really cool. And you can even adjust like the secondary and the main radius of how those shadows interact and how they blur together. By default, they should have an intensity of around like 50, somewhat high, and then a quality on the higher side. Aloha says, me, I think it's a YouTube chat box is not optimized. It really blows up my browser as well. Yeah, I did the same. I just noticed that when I closed it, it chilled things out. Things are working nicely again. So thanks for confirming that because I wasn't sure. Render AO is fine, but like I don't have time to keep doing it all the time. I want to see it all the time, at least a little bit. All right. Very cool. Let's keep on working here. I really want this scene to look a certain way. I'll know when I see it. Let's go with a blue background, but very, very subtle. You'll see. Something that's going to let this character really pop from behind it, and I really want this to look clear and well contrasted for me as I finalize this design. Excuse me. Where the heck is document and whatnot? I'm like forgetting where stuff is. Here we go. right, my laptop is no longer screaming. Good, everything is calmed. That looks really cool. I don't want to sculpt with it like that, but it is cool. I can bump up just the ambient light and then the distance. I never mess with that too much. See, the default here is 3. What about distance? I don't know enough about distance to mess with this too much. That's looking a lot more clear. And if I want to, might as well get a render AO on here, because Monkey's right, it does look better. And that does explain why it kind of goofs up the default settings I have sometimes. I didn't think about that. Yeah, that's cool. Nice and contrasty. I just want to see this all the time and sculpt on this. Is that too much to ask for? Sick. All right, so we got some funniness right here, and that has to do with the material poking through. So I need to go through with my paintbrush with M selected and fill object, and then I'll make all of this look normal again. There you go. I wonder if blend would look better now that I have my scene set up correctly. Ooh, that is nice and contrasty. A little too dark. We'll just stick with skin shade for now. And then bump up the preview shadows, I guess, as much as they go. I suspect that this is just way too big in the scene. It's interesting. The way the light is interacting here is not what I would expect. If I unify this, is it going to disappear? No, actually. What is wrong with you? Why are you not shadowing the way you normally shadow? Something is amiss. I don't know what is amiss, but there's something. All right. I was able to get something, a reaction that I wanted. Okay. On to actually finishing the model. So I want the base to have a good amount of attention and love. Not going to go with the skulls like I did before. I think it's just a little too distracting, but I like this oval shape a lot. So we're going to have this fit it in a way that makes sense. I like to flip over the whole model, turn off perspective, turn on transparency, and then usually I just make the base smallish. This is a good time for me to bring in a correctly proportioned model to see how big this is going to be. Aloha says old via versus new Mia art. Is this PG? It's got to be PG. Oh yeah, this is crazy. This is old Mia art. I was so proud of this horse. I mean, it's cool, it's fun still, but look how dark and hard it is to look at. Yeah, this is newer. That was Wrath from Seven Deadly Sins. And then this. We cooking. We improving. Old. Not as old. New. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Always improving. Always cooking. Okay, I'm gonna merge this down and then put that in this scene here. It's going to be way larger just because it's correctly scaled to about 2 inches tall. But right now I'm just going for proportions and I want to make sure this is about correct. I think it is. Yeah, it looks like I nailed it. So this base will be about the same thickness. So I can go ahead and line those up and see where that puts me. Because by default, this elliptical base here, I think is about 50 millimeters. Yeah. Oh wow, right, spot on. Very good. All right, that means I don't need to reproportion this in regards to the base or anything like that. Looks great. I can make the base smaller if I want to by touch. And again, I always provide my models with a no base version so people can scale it however they like. But that means I still like to do my best before I send it off, you know? Very good. David says, Mia, oh, I spaced at happy hour. You saw the archer/dancer, so now you have a better idea of my question from yesterday. Do you think this single thinner contact point will be enough, or should I thicken up a second contact point? That's right. Let me look at it. Oh yeah, the single pull. I mean, you have the hair, it looks like. Again, this is such a wild model. Yeah, this is fine. That's going to print no problem. I'd worry more about the legs and the way those are interacting, because right now there's some, the way it's bending is not possible, even for a stripper. Minnie says, Mia, I can't remember if I've asked, does ZBrush have a way to input dimensions? It does. I just hate using it. It's a Z plugin, Scale Master. I just hate it. You absolutely can use it though. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So right now I'm just reviewing everything that's here and making sure it's just as I want it to be. Like the tentacles on the like the face of the horse. I don't know if I want these. They were fun, but oh man, when did this head get all weird? How long has that been all goofed up? That means this was masked at some point and I rotated it and I didn't notice that it crushed itself. Sad. That's okay. I know how to fix this. All right, so I have a piece. This subtool is all goofed up. See how it's all kind of shredded on itself? Very sad. I can spend a lot of time fixing it, or I cannot. So let me show you. I'm gonna just save what I have right now. We'll just call it AAA. And now I'm gonna go back to my quick saves and look for a version where I have not goofed up the skull, and then re-import that. Oh, these tabard pets. Because I've worked on this model quite a lot. Here it is pre-pose. I bet you it's just fine right here. Here it is. Because I thinned up the skull at one point, which is fine. And you know what? I want to save this anyway so I can repose it in a new way later on. Ooh, I feel like this lighting scene looks so much more clear. Okay, I'm thinking. All right, we're gonna save this. I need to look up how to pronounce this little thing. David said, Mia, oh yeah, for sure. Stripper pictures are hard to find when you need to be a werewolf too. Oh, the struggle is real. As someone that does lots of weird fantasy art, I get it. Please just work. Copy, paste. Come on. No? Fine. All right, I'm putting this in my downloads and I'll re-upload this to Google Drive. So I have this and I can pose it later. I've been forgetting to upload my models that are monsters because usually I pose those. So I don't need to upload them for Ricky, but I should still keep them in case I want to come back to this model, improve it, repose it, all kinds of stuff like that. Yeah, this is not a big deal. You literally just grab this and you're set. All right, now that I have this, I actually want to use this light scene again. I know, I'm being picky. So instead, we're gonna take this. Yeah, I don't like that as much. Copy. Come back into the proper one here. Click paste. Yeah, that's better. All right, and then we can grab this horse head here and just go ahead and stick it on and replace it. There we go. And it doesn't matter when this happened or how it happened. It was just something that got kind of glitched up. It's not a big deal. You just fix it. And now I'm thinking about how I want all these little weird tentacles to interact and if I even want them at all. They're really fun, but I think the silhouette might read clear without it being there at all. Yeah. This is kind of cool. I didn't realize, but the jawbone I have extending longer than it should be, and the way that it pokes through behind the orbital socket kind of looks like horns. I don't think I'm going to keep it, but I'm going to just pull them up right now because I just think it's kind of fun. They can just be short little studs instead. That was a happy accident. The nasal bone is accurate, but really, really thin and fragile for 3D printing. So let's go ahead and kind of give this a little backwards taper like this. Adds a little more material and then prevents any issues. Same with the teeth. We might as well make them touch. There you go. Looking good. I'm gonna grab Move Topological to kind of move these little tentacles around in a way that makes sense with the rest of the model. Doesn't have to be perfect. I just want to make sure everything's getting its proper love and care and attention. Like this, for example, these little things right here got a little screwed up. So we're going to inflate them and Dynamesh without symmetry turned on. Thank you. There we go. I got super focused look right now, but if you guys have any questions, feel free to chat or ask questions. I know I look a little more intense right now. I'm cooking. It's these last moments in a model where you really don't want to rush. Again, you don't want to get stuck where you just keep reworking and fiddling the same details, but you can make some huge improvements to a model at this late stage here, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do. It can be a lot of pressure, but I just know there's good payoff. Satyr says, so many interruptions today. Look at all this text without a Satyr interjection. I was just thinking the same thing. Like, where are my problems? I've really been enjoying these longer streams. Weirdly, they take less out of me. I think it's because once I've streamed for a few hours, like having some downtime, kind of like right now, it's a little bit more of like a quiet lull. We're all just kind of we're hanging out, but it's not like, you know, it's a quiet party. Let's put it that way. But it's really nice. And I feel like when I do lots of shorter streams, it feels like there's more uptime, so to speak. But this is my favorite part where I can just kind of hang out. Not worry about being perfectly engaging. Get some stuff done. It's nice. Which is funny because I was worried that streaming, you know, less often but for longer at a time would actually be more tiring. But you don't know until you try it out. So I'm like, I'm gonna try it out and then we'll see from there. Sure enough, works a bit better. Sater says, problem, me? Okay, yeah, that's fair. Wow, I love how this is absolutely exploding itself. Please don't do that. Because there was symmetry turned on. Alright, this is going to be the angle that I work on this model. I'm going to push a couple forms here. So it's going to require a lot of this to be pretty high poly. Hang in there, my computer. Please do not explode. Yeah, we're at 4 million points, which honestly isn't that high poly. I mean, it could be more ridiculous. And we're just gonna kind of move the head forward. I want this to be longer and take up more of the base. And conversely, be a little easier to paint because, Lord, do we have a lot of details to deal with here. This model is, how did the young kids say it? Bitchin'. Obviously, jokes. It's little stuff like this where I'm like, is this glop too gloppy? Yes. So drippy. That was way better, yeah. And accurate to the model. Yeah, you have a young kid, Sater. That inherently makes you more in the know. No, it's good. The goop is gooping. It is, but there's so much. We must make room for other goop to have its chance to goop. You know? I love it. Aloha jumps into the chat to advocate for the goop. Like, I know you're always here, same way as Sater is always watching. But it's especially funny if you haven't said anything in a while, and then like you come in and say that. Sater says, a young kid with no access to TikTok, I try to make sure he is not in the know. I definitely get that to some extent, you know? And I say some extent because I have no business to give advice on raising children because I have no idea what that's like or what's good or not good. Because like you don't want them to be like totally clueless because then they're going to be that kid. But then like having like unlimited access to TikTok, no. Or just like social media. Like I thought about this morning like when I was doing my hair and makeup and I'm just like, I was getting kind of annoyed with like, it wasn't like just perfect or whatever. And I'm like, I'm only thinking that because I just saw something on Instagram where her hair looked perfect. And I'm just like, why would I even compare myself to that? That's psychotic. And then I'm like, man, what if I was like 12? You know what I mean? Like you see perfection every day, like the best of the best. It's not always a good thing. Glad I didn't have that as a kid. I don't really like it now as an adult. Why is the booty completely falling off of the back legs? When did this happen? That's fine. I want to move all the stuff around anyway. Yeah, Sater says he gets enough secondhand TikTokery from kids at school that are given free reign. I cannot imagine giving a kid like free reign to the internet. Teenagers, sure. But like children, no, absolutely not. When I say teenagers, I don't mean 13. I mean like high schoolers, you know? Because at some point, it's like by trying to keep things away from them, it just makes it worse. You know what I mean? But like actual children, like no, like that's where you need to be a guardrail for sure. This little connecting bit is so important. Look how dumb it looks without it. It's got to be there. Oh my gosh, don't even get me started on that Seder. Yeah, the first time I heard that, I thought it was a joke. I was just like, this is... Okay. Yeah, no, it's weird. Some of it can be detrimental. I would go as old and boomery, to even though I'm not, to say that it's mostly detrimental. I think being entertained all the time is like one of the worst things you can do for your brain. Seriously. Creatively, it just like burns me out. I need time to just stare outside at a tree and just static. Think nothing. Meditation, you know? Everyone's different. If I don't have that, I go nuts. I would argue that most people are more like me too. I know some people that are always on their phone or always doing something and they're kind of frenetic, and I can't imagine them not being like that. So I guess that's fine. But I'm like, you can't really want to be like that all the time. God forbid you're just bored. I don't know. I strive to be bored. At least a good chunk of the day. My dad used to say it's like making room for like real thoughts. I don't want any of this to come across as like a strong opinion, though. I really do mean it, and people are like, we are all very different. More alike than we are different at the end of the day. But just because I do something doesn't mean everyone else has to, obviously. All things in moderation. Bam, perfectly said. Thank you. That is what I'm trying to say. I found out what I was going nuts on over this. Some of them have material applied and some of them don't. That's what I was trying to fix earlier on. Very pleased I figured out what it was because it was kind of driving me crazy. Seder says, my favorite and least favorite thing about my Apple Watch is that it buzzes when people contact me because my phone is perma-silence. Same! I did the same thing recently. Ricky bought this for me not on a whim, but as a surprise a couple weeks ago because I was going kind of insane, having to like be accessible on my phone, but then I like waste time. Like I chronically just like delete apps or put parental time limits on them, like 5 minutes at a time even. It's not like, oh, I have no self-control. It's just like, I don't know. It doesn't feel like I'm spending intentional time. It just kind of becomes into that. Anyway, but yeah, I do the same thing now. And it's been great. It's also my favorite and least favorite thing. What I did was I created a subgroup on my iPhone for notifications from people that go through and the ones that do not. And that helped me a lot. Like if my dad calls me or texts me at any given time, like I want to know. But like low key, some of my friends, I'm like, I love you, but you're kind of a lot of work. I will do my friend homework later. Does that sound terrible? Seder says, a lady I was talking to earlier today was harassing me about it because her husband does the same thing, but I don't want to be plugged in all the time. Yeah. Yep. I get you. But I know in the year of our Lord, 2025, I know I have to be accessible. I just hate that I have to be accessible all of the time. You know, I hate if like something ever happened and someone called me and I wasn't available. You know what I mean? But how often does that really happen? Knock on wood. Aloha says, I slowly over time managed to reduce my screen time all the way down to barely 30 minutes a day. Very happy. Nice. I kind of work towards the same thing because freaking Apple once a week will be like, oh, look at your screen usage for the week. And I'm like, I don't even want to know that. But now that I knew what it was, I did a much better job. I kind of skew my numbers a lot though, because I actually have the Kindle app on my phone. So I read books on my phone. So that's allowed. That's just free reign for me as far as how much I want to read. But I can see everything else. Yeah. I haven't gotten it down to 30 minutes a day, but I have gotten it down substantially. And Sager says, yeah, if someone pings me, I can glance and see if it's relevant or important. Yeah, right? And I love the auto responses. They kind of crack me up because the auto responses on the watch never have punctuation. So it's like, thank you. No punctuation. Yes. Which is exactly how I feel a lot of the time. Okay. I know I'm not getting a whole lot done, but I really enjoyed that little side discussion. I can get stuff done and chat. Look at this little fella. He looks ridiculous without teeth. Oh, goodness. This head definitely needs some wear and tear. Yeah, a lot of focus was needed for the list of models at the beginning there. Yep. Adjusting some of the teeth. Yeah, I don't really have any easy models I can just like knock out right now. They're all a beautiful pain in the ass. So is art. So it goes. David says, Mia, just in case other people need to hear it, this is going to be good. I am struggling with these legs and following the reference, but I just remembered the simple advice you gave yesterday, which is stand up and do the pose. Exactly. Exactly. That easy and it clicked. Yep. All right, let's rotate these funny little tentacles. Turn on transparency. Yeah, they got quite a few things got a little moved over, which is a-okay. Again, this last stage here can be really finicky, but it's so important to take your time. There's a time to just get stuff done, and then there's like, wow, this was an epic model. Don't rush it. Right now I'm just making sure that none of these are intersecting too hard. I do want to make sure they overlap in a clear way, so when you put like a wash on these when you're painting it, they'll do a lot of that nice work for you. Let's make this one a little more blob-like. There we go. Oh, I should do a stamp of this so that way people can see what I'm working on, even when I just have a piece of ooze visible but nothing else. There he is. Handsome boy. So I checked my proportions earlier. I can pretty much make this as big as I want while just fitting on the base, and this will work out. Love it. So for arms like this, I love using the transpose line to really quickly make organic deformations. So click on W3 gizmo, Y to toggle this, and you can just click and drag out the line. And then from here, click on the very inside circle, you can just move the whole thing over. Just be wary that like you can crush your model really easily. That's a really nice way to make a smooth deformation on something that's meant to be swishable. Perfect. Silhouette is so cool. All this is just really cool. Proud of this one. So right now I'm just kind of pulling the leg around, making sure everything is just where I want it. Because like anatomically, I can get away with putting the leg in either spot right here, but I do think pushing it longer is looking better. I also think that tucking up this foot, just a touch, yeah, that looks better. I really want to tuck that head down as aggressively as I can. Oh, I love that I auto-grouped that so it's a bajillion different pieces and teeth. All right, I don't even know if I want to make this deformation, so I'll just like sketch it, and then if I actually like the change that I made, I will go through the effort of properly masking it. Cool, I don't like the change anyway. Great, now I don't have to do that. Oh yeah, and Mini Blaze linked my mentorship program, which is perfect because David is in that, benefiting from it, and just mentioned some advice. Lois says, Mia, how cool was it? We had a class tuning in to ask questions during a stream. I know, wasn't that so cool? I was like really trying to play it cool. And like every other sentence, I was like, don't swear, don't swear, don't swear. And I didn't. Not a single F-bomb was dropped. I'm so proud of myself. And obviously, like, they're high schoolers. I know they've heard a swear word before, but I don't think Abel would have appreciated that. That's kind of one of the downsides, I guess, to streaming longer and getting better at streaming is I'm a lot more comfortable with y'all, which means I swear a lot more. And it's sometimes not as easy to turn that off as it should be. Which again cracks me up because I swear I heard this from my grandma or something, but it's like swear words are for dumb people that don't know like a better word to use. And I'm like, yes, and sometimes it just feels right. Oh, by the way, guys, this request was from Dewey. I'm pretty sure they are the ones that submitted this. So I'm especially glad that I gave it my best because they've been around a lot and extra generous too. All right, some of these tentacles be tentacling a little too much. Relax. Or at least connect to something. Wow, where did you come from? Mini Boy says, oh, I've heard that. Another is swearing only shows your own ignorance. But being ignorant of something doesn't mean... Yeah, no, I know your point is. Sorry. I'm like very word specific sometimes. Like this tentacle right here breaks up the silhouette in a bad way. Be gone. Although I recommended yesterday some pustules to break up all of the tentacles, and I think I want to try that really quick without looking like bubbles, like cute little bubbles. I think it's going to work beautifully, but I need to see it. So what we're going to do is I'm using the IMM primitive brush, making sure nothing has subdiv. I can click and drag, and it should be embedded in the model a lot more than that. Stop it. Why will you not embed? Embed more. There we go. So we're going to test it out somewhere that's tentacle-y heavy, perhaps like the neck. Click and drag. Very good. And let's do one Then split mask points, and now I can do a bunch. Yeah, this is gonna be cool. Hello, are you seeing this? This is your brilliance. All right, now that we have a bunch of them, they're obviously a little too perfectly spherical. So what we'll do is we can Dynamesh at a low-ish resolution, low-ish, and then kind of just mess them up with the smooth brush and maybe even a little bit of spiral. No, a little bit of inflate and move. Let's just do move. Move and back-face mask will be perfect. But there you go. There's some nice pustules. Good suggestion, Aloha. Amazing. Just think, it will split up the tentacle shape in a nice way. Resident Evil does a lot. Here is an example. Oh yeah, absolutely. Very good. Aloha says, it is very much a cultural thing in the UK to swear often and freely. I love that. Yep, I love it. So, how did they do it here? So, they put it to kind of balance the model, but also, not by coincidence, both of the main eyeballs here are at a joint. So I'm going to just keep that in mind and see if that kind of applies to what I'm doing as well. Because I actually think the knee joints here look really boring. So what if I just covered them in pus? You know? Seems like a good tip. Have you tried covering it in pus? Gross. All right. And this is what I'm talking about, where it's like, don't rush the last stage. Don't fiddle. But if you rush, I wouldn't have this on the model, and it objectively has improved it quite a lot. Oh my God. This is where someone's like, okay, man, I think you've added too many. I don't care. I love it. I can make it as pustulely as I want. Ooh, for the chest, that's gonna add, you know what I really love about this? It's adding some shape variance, which is why you suggested it in the first place. And this model is a challenge because of that, because it really is just a flayed horse. And man, I went ahead and kind of added these, like the drips, and to break up the silhouette, but a lot of interpretations don't even have that. Which makes sense, because like this is a folklore piece. They didn't like design or talk about this in folklore to be the most aesthetic. That's just me as an artist being like, but what if it was more balanced? I also would rather add too many and then take them away than not add enough. Does that make sense? I talk about this all the time when I'm designing and pushing my shapes, which is essentially to break it and then reel it back a little bit. This is something that David asked and I touched on earlier, which is like, how much detail is enough or too much? And I'm like, you just keep going until it's obviously way too much, and then you scale back a little bit. This does depend on what kind of design work you're doing. If you're doing like illustrations or simple chibis, then obviously that advice doesn't really work as well. Again, I know I'm covering them everywhere, but that's the point. And then I can see which ones worked the best versus which ones didn't. Or I'll just keep all of them. Watch. They also really stand out right now because I have them like yellow. I don't think I can put them on the skull. No, not really. It's like he just took a nice little bubble bath. Yeah. Because I said that, I'm definitely going to go through and make these blue for just a second. There's so many. Oh, I'm not mad about it, but I am going to refine. Think of it this way. You can't refine if you don't have a lot of stuff on it. Does that make sense? All right. It's amazing. We're going to make it bubble bath colored for a second because I'm a child. Ha, adorable. This is what you meant, right, Aloha? Oh, and then Sager mentioned, I was trying to help David posing, but chiming back in, there has been studies that cursing can also be a sign of intelligence. Ricky said, I must be super smart. I'll say that by intelligence actually meant verbal fluency, but intelligence is more accessible. That's well put. Then Eli says, Mia, what if you had some of the oozes coming out of the pustules, like it's draining? Awful. Love it. David says, Seder, thank you for that, by the way. And yeah, something about a person who can express themselves precisely is more intelligent than someone who uses word salad to convey nothing. Absolutely. I find a lot of people have a really hard time of just stop talking. You can just let dead air happen. You know, like you say, you talk. And then once you've made enough of your point, just try to stop. And I'm working on this all the time. Seder says to Ricky, then at least you're smart enough to keep her entertained and interested. And does anything else even matter? Aww. In my defense, word salads, sometimes because I'm trying to explain stuff. Oh, absolutely. I mean, you have to word salad before you can... What's the opposite of word salad? I don't know. Not word salad. What would be the equivalent of like a well done word? Because salads are just tossed. I don't know. Word charcuterie board? Because that's organized and nicely laid out. Okay, back to gross yellow. David says in mini plays, ditto. Yeah, we had our first call. It was so funny. I was like, David, you're obviously very intelligent. And I'm like, I just listened to you explain everything in 7 minutes, uninterrupted. You said your point in the first 2 minutes. It happens, it happens. Hey, Mean Cat says, the first thing I made on Blender was a word salad with ranch dressing. Really? That's hysterical. David says, I'm always doing it myself. That's how I know. Takes one to know one. What can I say? Seder says, David, my pleasure. It's how I got into Mia's good graces. Mini Boy says, believe me, I've had to re-explain stuff to Mia, trying to explain what I am asking in the chat. It's true. Every now and then I'll read a question from Mini Blaze, and I'm like, just try it again. I want to help you. Help me help you. All right. Nice and gross and yellow. A somewhat lowish Dynamesh, and now it's kind of run in with the move brush and smooth. And it's time to refine. I'm gonna click on auto group so I can just command shift click and remove sections as needed. Like, I don't like that one as much. And then to incorporate Mini Blaze's idea, we can kind of click and drag some of these down, or can get them close to other glops. I think a gravity deformer would be great if I can get to not just fall off the whole model. I'm gonna try this. You can go deformation and gravity, and it should just make everything droop. Oh, no. It's so hard. Can you just drip without me having to mask each one of you individually? Why is it going from left to right? What world is gravity is this? Oh, I have it on Y. Lol, it's me. I am the problem. Okay, it's still not doing it right, in my defense. Okay, I've done every single axis, and you're wrong every time. Just go straight down, but like consistently from left to right. All right, I give up. This is cool though. Taper, interesting. I can smooth all of them. Oh, contrast is always a big favorite. In this case, doing a reverse contrast, so it kind of like implodes on itself, really chills out a lot of this while still looking interesting, and we're starting to get some of this like dripping effect here. Very good. And Insider says, Mia, the opposite of a word salad is maybe a word onion. It is a precise thing, but can have layers. I don't know, maybe a steak. Let's just go with steak. Simple yet elegant. And rare. Raw and unfiltered at its best. Aloha says, if you're able to grab a bunch of random tentacles and make them a slightly darker red to make it pop even more. There is a way to do that. Let me show you how. Click on auto groups and then the paintbrush. Select a slightly darker red, so C to select this color. Drop it down a little bit, and I recommend doing a color shift towards a cooler color, usually to get the best effect. Make sure you have drag rectangle turned on and RGB intensity around 100. Last step, mask my polygroups to 100. Now, you can click and drag. Let's make it more intense. click and drag, and it'll grab individual tentacles. See that? But yes, you especially, Loa, I want to make sure you know how to do that technique because it'll probably save you a lot of time. If any of that didn't make sense, let me know because that was kind of a speed tutorial on how to do that. Also, oh my God, this model needed some variation in color. Thank you for bringing that up. Even if I don't need the poly paint on the finished 3D model, you know I like when it looks intentional. Oh, it looks like the eyes are crying. Oh, I love that. So unintentional. I mean, so intentional. So it's not random, I guess, but you get the point. Because technically, didn't you say random? Ah. Oh my God, Bean Cat, I was thinking the same thing as Shrek. Shrek reference was right there. Well, you see, ogres are like onions, so it couldn't be a word salad. Are you calling all of us ogres? Satyr, as an ogre, I can confirm. Amazing. Minnie Blaze says, Mia, learning. Is that so I'm not mean to you? Minnie Blaze says, learning, I know you've picked specific colors, but is there a way to set it up to auto-pick colors as you add subtools to the model? No, it's never going to auto-pick colors for you. David says, Mia, what about the reasons you add color? I just like it. That's it. I think this is a lot more boring to look at. You know? I mean, I like both. Initially I did it because people on stream liked it more, and then very quickly I was like, nah, this is for me. This is just more fun. And Maybelline says, what about ooze coming out of the eye socket or the mouth? I thought about it. It just made the silhouette a little too busy. I thought about it though. I originally did have tentacles coming out of the mouth, and then we detentacled. I'm gonna raise the booty a little bit here, like for a real reason. Just to have, it's such a straight line right now. Wait, maybe I kind of like that because it looks more emaciated. I'm at a crossroads. We'll raise it a little bit. Like as a real note. Sounds like a joke. I am serious. I'm having so much fun working on this. I think it'd be nice if I had more of this yellow color scheme. Yeah, like for the hooves. Let's go a lighter color and a darker yellow. I don't look like he has gold feet. I just want more plague and pestilence, please. Okay, I'm not allowed to mess with this too much because it's for fun, but not to not get stuff done. All right, let's move on. Satyr says, personally, I think a flat matte color shows the most detail, but poly paint is more visually interesting. I agree. I think colors can obscure details actually and muddy it. Like this, there's a reason why we use both kind of renders. But this, it's more difficult to see where your eye is supposed to go, especially with the model. It's just much of a disaster texture-wise. It's a very noisy model. But I think visual appeal and detail get mixed up a lot, which is fine. No one has to speak perfectly around here. We know what you mean. Maybelline says, we noticed that when she did the gen in color, we can see the details better versus non-color. Again, it's not sure. I know what you're trying to say, so I'm not going to pick on you for it. Again, detail versus shape differentiation are different, but same, but not. That was a really fun model too. All right, I'm a little worried about these tentacles for 3D printing, so let's see which ones I can grab. And not because they're not going to print, just to be clear. Which I think I've eliminated that from chat problems. But just so they're not a fragile pain, I also think that these ones should be red. Yes. I do like the way they are like spiraling out of his head like a flower almost. They're very cool. All right, a little bit of wear and tear goes a long way. I end up keeping quite a few of these pustules. Very gross, very cool. I love this in the dark red. I know it's a little too dark right now to see. Let's see if I can get it more desaturated. Oh, God, gnarly, so cool. Melee says, I think the chibis are the fun models that break up the strats from the serious models. I agree. I agree. All right. I think this leg needs to be slanted over a little bit. It's kind of a tricky adjustment there to look like it's more tucked under the horse instead of just stiff and out to the side. It's going to end up showing a little bit more movement, but it is subtle. And if I do it too much, it's going to look like I broke its leg. All right, let's start adding some life to this base, because it is a bit of a boring potato right now. All right, first things first, the texture's great, but I'm a little worried about how flat it is. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn off perspective, grab my mask pen brush, mask just the bottom here, and see if I can add a little bit of variation with my standard brush without it looking too silly. Because again, it kind of looks like rock, but it can just be cracked earth too. Just want to add a little bit of variation, not too much. Might even just use a layer brush for this. It doesn't really have the resolution to support that. Let's use the move brush instead. There we go. Just a tiny bit of variation so it doesn't look so perfectly flat. And now we decorate. I want to add rocks and dying plants. Mini Blaze rejoices in the background. They were very pressed about this the other day. Like, where are my dead plants? And it's true. This is a symbol of pestilence and dying crops, plague, all that kind of good stuff. And for this one, I'm pretty sure I can use that freaking gravity deformer. I swear I've used it before and it was so cool. All right, split mask points. And let's get a couple more here. Base decorations are so important. All right, show that's wilting. They'll need to be a little on the tall side. And then ideally, drooping. Let's give them the same kind of yellowy color. Okay, that looks like a pretty gold. Now let's go with a faded green, kind of desaturated. And then I'm hoping that I can mask the bottom and then use that gravity deformer and they will wilt the way they're supposed to. Was it just like a pipe dream I had? I don't know why it's working from right to left. It's so odd. So that's X, okay. Here's Y, which I really don't think works the right way. And then Z. None of these went up and down. What the heck? That's so odd to me. One of them should definitely go up and down, you know? But they all just were as a translational movement on the same plane. Is this 3D gizmo sensitive? What if I rotate the gizmo? Nope, no idea. Oh. Hello, says Mia. Today was an M3DM art day. Where did the graphics? Made a short and stuff, but also I fleshed out some awesome ideas for some really fun new stream content. I'm really, really excited. Let's see, you mentioned you had some cool stuff you wanted to talk about for new stream ideas. I do have the capacity for it now, but I understand if you don't want to talk about it on stream. I can meet you in the Tavern Night mod afterwards. If you have stuff to talk about today. If not, if you want to just rest, I totally understand. I'm really, really excited to see what kind of ideas you have in mind, though. I really am. You're a fantastic community manager and mod. Back to fighting this dumb thing. I don't understand why you won't just droop. In my world, gravity goes up and down. Really just down, actually. Dumb thing. Like this taper is interesting. It's converging to a point up here. Let me know you. Why do you work this way? I'm gonna figure it out and then I can tell you guys how it works. So yeah, see right here, the way this arc is, the center point is right here. Oh, maybe it's the center of the scene? Yeah, it is. Okay, I'm learning and figuring this out. So it is arcing towards the center of the scene, which means, is that gonna, I mean, it's not gonna affect this gravity brush to working quite the way I want it to, but better. Closer to what I was wanting. Okay. Well, I'm satisfied with that. Even though I didn't get to work the way I wanted it to, at least I was able to figure out where it was coming from and why. These plants don't look super wilty, but that's fine. You can just paint them like they're dead. How's that? All right, let's add in some rocks. Get a brush, lower this inset, and just kind of make this a rougher base. Something nice to paint though. Oh, I forgot to separate this as a subtool. That's okay, I'll do it later. Later is now. That was quick. I'm gonna go with a bluish gray color because that is rock colored. Neat. Sweet. Made a lot of improvements to this model. Feeling really proud of it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right. I want it to be even better and all these other things and blah, 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 blah. It's making me happy, but it's not quite giving me like crazy wow. But that might have to do with the fact that I've been streaming for 4 hours. Either way, I think it's time to be proud of this model and let it be, let it rest. Let it be what it's going to be. This hoof is so goofed up. I just, as a horse nerd, I just have to do a little better than this. Doesn't have to be like a perfect hoof or anything, but it can't be this shape on the bottom. Alrighty, let me go ahead and Dynamesh this, and we're gonna carve out the shape it's actually supposed to be, which is, nope. This. And then carving that out a touch. Why aren't you working? There we go. Good enough. Just needs to not be perfectly flat because that's very silly. And then Matt's here. Did I make it just in time for the stream to end? No, I'm actually still going. I usually end around 5 hours max, but I might go for another hour. We'll see. Minnie Blaze says she's been streaming for about 4 hours. No. 4:44, exactly. Zopper says very cool. Thank you guys. This will be on my Patreon for 3D printing and next Monday. Soon. Very soon. Huge thank you to my patron, Dewey28, for making this possible. You've been a merchant of mine for so long, and you always have great requests. And I think you actually just were lurking in the Discord, and you saw someone that doesn't have a Patreon membership be like, oh, I wish me had made this model. And you used your Patreon benefit you pay for to cover that. And now everybody benefits. Just awesome. Which really checks out, because you dropped in my stream yesterday and donated like 20 memberships, so. Confetti for Dewey. You're awesome. Keep being awesome. I know a lot of creators say this, but I really do have the best community. It's true. All right, let's start post-processing this monster. We're gonna save just in case it decides to crash on me, which never happens. Would you just save? An auspicious start. Matt says to Mini Blaze, yeah, I just got to the office and had time to sit down for a stream. I showed up yesterday right as the stream was ending. I was wondering if I could keep the streak going. Almost. We are getting close. It depends how nicely this post-process. If it happens quickly, then that's it. That's all, folks. I predict at least one thing will want to fight me, so you're in luck. Anyways, bummer, I didn't get to remind you. It's true. I beat you to it. I finally saved my own work. Oh, I don't want to lose my poly paint as I go. It just looks so nice as we're working. So when you use Decimation Master, you're just taking all the polygons that are here, and then it's smart, will simplify it while trying to keep as much detail as possible. If you try to go from 1,000,000 points to like 1,000 points, probably not gonna be possible unless you sculpted like a cube. But it does a pretty damn good job. So this is the before, this is 250,000 points. You can kind of see how dense these rocks are. And then, bam, this is only 21,000 points. So what is that, 10%-ish? No. Yes, about 10%. But I don't want the side of the base to get all goofed up. Looks like I kind of lost a shape here. What's happening there? Yeah, this, I don't want that to happen. So we're gonna back up a little bit and go at 33,000 points. Make sure the edge of the base is still nice and smooth. I did it again. I feel like you're just being a problem on purpose, ZBrush. All right, how about instead we Dynamesh you first, and then I can force the issue, and better yet, I can see if there's any issues on the base, because I do feel like it's a little flared out at the bottom. So I'm gonna use my knife brush and scoot up just a little bit to get rid of that weird taper on the bottom. I don't know why that happened. But I don't have to care because I just fixed it. Amazing. Did I only go with one pose this time? My monsters have literally always had one pose. But I'm thinking about making it 2 poses going forward. So right, but wrong. But right. Yeah, I knew you were being a little weird on this topology. I'm worried about this edge here. Look at this. Look at this gnarliness. I knew it was being weird. I did not expect the base to be the one that caused me problems. That's a new one. I will win. Being a little weird there. What is up with this topology? Weird. I am fascinated though. I did not expect it to be the base that causes problems. It's a really simple shape, that's why I'm surprised. So using the knife brush is kind of cleaning it up and then going through a decimation master. But yeah, I still have a couple of these points with shared edges. Really interesting. Okay. Video remesh by union and then auto groups. There we go. That's one thing, we've been doing this for so long. Even if you're not even sure why a problem is happening, you do pick up on a lot of stuff over the years, and then the best thing is I can solve pretty much any problem that comes my way, even if I wasn't expecting it. Fixed it. I just see mini mimics here, just to share my shame. Actually, dang it, Mia was right. I just set up into the pose and it clicked. I need to get to work. Yep. Oh, it's a good sketch, Satyr. Nice. Getting better. Getting better. Push it a bit more. I was gonna say the same thing. And it went off the rails. Oh no, he broke his ankles. Oh, art. Art is difficult. Just keep at it. Happy to see you creating. All right, that's looking good. Let's go ahead and hide that. All right, I'm a little concerned about these little face tentacles, so I'm just gonna inflate them before, after, just to keep it nice and ideally not problematic. Stuff like this though, if I can just kind of drag it over so it touches, or even remove it if it's not really adding a lot, I might as well. I think I can use this one here to kind of give it a little more integrity. Nope, it's looking overworked. Just delete it. Very good. All right, I'm not seeing any glaring problems. Very good. I think we're good to try to merge this and see what happens. I'm gonna go ahead and send the base all the way up to the top so it's out of the way. And then I'm gonna just merge everything down and see if it's gonna remesh, which it probably won't. I do this about a couple times a year because every now and then it works. So we're gonna try. Matt says, Mia, do you take supports into consideration when choosing a pose, or do you go with style over convenience? Always style. Always, always, always. I used to play that game, you know, just like, oh, it's gonna be too much of a nightmare to pre-support or whatever. And then honestly, resin printers have gotten so good. Even like FDM. I have a Kickstarter I'm working on right now where I'm printing all of my minis, even ones like this, super delicate, on FDM. And they're turning out awesome. So long ago were the days where we don't have epic poses. Because you can do it, you know? I might beef up the actual weapon. Like this bow is actually quite thick. But again, that's an epic pose. I went ahead and put her foot on like this tree stump here. But yeah, I found that I can always just integrate the base in a cool way to make it worth it. Obviously, some poses are still kind of like nice and simple. Clear resin, so you can't really see what's happening here. But he looks really cool too. And after a while, again, I'm designing hundreds of minis. Well, if you play it safe, your models end up kind of looking the same, you know? So at some point, I was like, how many boring poses am I going to do over and over again? That's a great question, though. And that's actually plays into advice I give my mentorship students that are learning ZBrush to make their own characters. Pretty much regardless of the design, I recommend push the design till you break it and then scale it back a little bit. It just leads to better art. Otherwise, you're trying to play it safe all the time. You end up with this kind of like a mumbling, as I call it, where it's like your design is trying to be something cool, but it can't quite make it all the way. Mini Blaze dropped our Discord link there for you, Matt, but I'm 99% sure you're already in it. Still, very sweet of you, Mini Blaze. They liked your question too. All right, fix some mesh errors. Let's see if I can decimate this down to, let's just shoot for something high. We'll do like 750,000 points to start with. Just see if I can knock this down step by step. It's a big stream today. Man, this has been fun. ZBrush is slowly cooking through this progress bar right here, showing me how far the Decimation Master process has gone. It's moving, so that's great news. It's not going to get stuck, hopefully. Matt's like, yeah, I'm in there. I'm new, but I'm there. Yeah, you share the pictures of your gorgeous cats. You have very pretty kitties. Especially the one with green eyes. Oh my goodness. I mentioned it earlier on stream, but I love cats. I'm very sad I don't have any right now. Once, like, in the next couple of years, when Ricky and I get situated and eventually buy a house and whatnot, we're getting cats. All right, that succeeded. Love to see it. A couple mesh errors here and there, which is a-okay. There's not going to be any holes that cause like resin gaps or anything like that. This just has to do with like individual polys that will kind of get a little butchered and weird looking. It won't affect the 3D print, but it sure makes my 3D program upset. That's what we're here to fix right now. Sweet, remesh by Union. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm doing this whole thing at once. This is beautiful. It's working. David says, Mia, do it. I love my cats. I know, I want a void. I want my own void. Black cat. I honestly don't care about color that much, but if I could pick, I love black cats. My dad has a black cat named Zorro, and he's just an absolute psycho. He's great. Matt says cats are the best. I also volunteer at a shelter every Sunday, so I get a lot of kitty time with many different cats. That's awesome. I love that you do that. I used to volunteer when I was in high school. I haven't done anything like that recently, though. I'd love to get back into something like that. As of now, I just try to be a good neighbor. But, I do miss working at a shelter, though. That was a lot of fun. It was mostly just walking dogs, but it was nice. And cleaning up after the kittens. God, kittens are a disaster. They're adorable, but gosh. All right, right now I'm masking the bottom here, and I'm just kind of checking to make sure that things are touching the base that should be touching the base. Easy, quick trick, you can invert the mask and drag straight down, and see like this tentacle didn't grab, and that's a problem. Bam. Doop, fixed. Same with this one. It's close to the ground, but it's not quite touching. It's little things like this that make 3D printing a model potentially really annoying when you don't have a perfectly flat model. If you're printing the model and the base separate, it doesn't really matter because you kind of just like hodgepodge and like green stuff your way together. But the way that I design my models, they're pretty much just like one finished little package. And that's how we're going to keep it. Should this be touching the base? I feel like it should. Yes, it should. It's just floating right now. Get over there. It looks really tedious, and that's because it is, but it doesn't take very long. All right, let's come in with a knife brush, and we're gonna save because it really likes to crash, even though it's a very strong tool. The knife brush is just a little sensitive. Honestly, same. And then Mini Mimic says, what do you think about this pose? I love that pose. I think that pose rocks. I like how squared off the legs are. I would even say that this guy's pose is, I know he's a real person, still a little too stiff, still a little boring maybe, but definitely in the right direction for sure. Mini Blaze says, me as a witch, black cats are for witches. Matt then says, are black cats for witches or for wishes for black cats? Oh, I love spinning that on its head. That's very like Egyptian. We're just like, pretty sure the cats ruled ancient Egypt. I'm so excited to see this 3D printed. And then Sater, I think you were here at the beginning of the stream, but if you weren't, at the like I saved a version of Nuckelevee, not posed, because the pose you sketched out of the horse running and then him dragging a body, I have to do it at some point. It's too cool. And then Ricky mentioned the other arm could be like into like a bone spear, where it's like a jousting pose almost, and I'm like, I have to do that. So that's gonna happen at some point. I don't know when. It might be a year from now, but it's gotta happen. And then Cedric mentions for this pose here that it is a closing pose, not a guard or attack pose, i.e. Bro is moving towards the enemy, not yet engaging. Either way, it's still a nice pose, is what Mini Blaze says. It's true, it's just kind of boring. Maybe I'm just being picky. There's nothing wrong with it. Mini Blaze is right. Cedric says, didn't say it wasn't. Bite. Mini Blaze is like, what can I do to catch a break around here? Alright, so there's a lot of tentacles that are kind of like sticking off of the model a bit further than maybe I'd want them to, and that happens. I don't mind if there's some gaps and some weirdness, especially on a model like this, as long as it's not too fragile. So I'm going to run over it with my inflate brush and kind of see where that gets me. And then because it's so low poly now, I can actually use this as a really easy way to smooth transition points. It's one of those models where if I try to keep track of every single little tentacle and pustule and nonsense, it's never gonna get done. But yeah, doesn't mean I still don't want to always do my best. All right, that's good. This is at 500,000 points. It doesn't need to be. So we're going to lower that just a touch. Mini Boy says, say to remember, you're a mod, you're supposed to set an example. Nah, he knows what he's doing. He's doing exactly what I want him here for. Let's put this 300,000 points, which is 100,000 more than I usually shoot for on these, which is just fine. Sater says, Mia, I heard that and felt bad they made more work for you. No, it was just too good. It was just... No, it's so good. I really feel like that pose would make this model, like, worthy of being the centerpiece of its own Kickstarter. Right now, it's fine. It's very cool. But it's not, like, showpiece ready, in my opinion. But if I do that pose, it will be. So, yeah. But as long as it's going to be I'll get there when I get there thing, then I won't feel bad. Yes, absolutely. I get there when I get there. It might happen next year. Who knows? Aloha said, another goop idea in the other chat. Oh no, he finished, but I will look. A version with goop wings would be cool. Oh. Oh, what? Wait a minute. I'm not doing this right now. But what if, from what you're suggesting here, because now I'm seeing it. At first I'm like, no, and then I was like, but what if I look at it? Yeah, wings like this, coming off the sides. Oh, it's so cool. I'm not doing this right now. So cool. It can be on him, or the wings could be lower, like you mentioned, like a Pegasus model. I think I'd put it on him, though. Goop wings for Pegasus, goop horse. Why not him? That's a lovely idea. Matt says, I'm pretty sure there's a whole episode of Yo Gabba Gabba about not biting people. Maybe we need to have a community movie night. Pretty cool. It's pretty epic either way. I think for silhouette purposes, it would look better on him, not the horse. But it's cool either way. And Sayer says, I'm like a vampire. I only bite when it's appropriate. It's just almost always appropriate. You guys are silly. All right, this stream is wrapping up. We did a lot today. Oh, I didn't scale this. The heck? You know what? I can scale it in here right now. I got models. It doesn't matter. Did I export both of these or no? I don't even know what's called what at this point. Yep. Threw my pen. Don't worry about it. All right, we're gonna say, boy. Writing with poly paint. What poly paint? Okay. And then base. Matt says, Mia definitely gives me Valhazak vibes from Monster Hunter. It's one of my favorite monsters from Monster Hunter. Valhazak is the one of the Elder Dragons. I don't know when he first shows up, but I know him from Monster Hunter World. And then Valhazak has one of my favorite armor sets. I'm afraid to type female in Google Chat, so I won't do that. Yeah, isn't that cool? This is like my main favorite armor in that game. Oh, now it's an ad. Go away, Squarespace. Anyway, great reference. Love that too. Yeah, if anyone references either Dragon Age or Monster Hunter in the chat, it's like immediate favoritism points. Good taste. All right, so this is what happens when you don't scale it in ZBrush first. It's super tiny. It's 2 millimeters tall. So you guys are going to see me fix it in Mesh Mixer for the first time ever. I usually don't do this. It doesn't really matter. I just tend to do it in ZBrush in case it needs more resculpting. Wow, it looks bitchin' even in Mesh Mixer. Yes. All right. How many problems do we have? Just really one in the skull somewhere. None of this would cause a 3D printing problem, but it would cause Litchi to scream at you. But Litchi screams at everything. Bam. Those are auto repaired. There's one mesh error left somewhere in the skull. I'm not worried about it. I want the base to be roughly 50 millimeters. There we go. Wow, it really changed the lighting. Now it looks like weird and poopy. That's fine. Alrighty, nope. I want to be roughly 50. Yes. Good. Why is the lighting all goofy now? There we go. I was like, you looked so good. Hello, it says looks awesome. Thank you. Alrighty, something I like to do in Mesh Mixer to make sure my scales are scaling is I'll go to Analysis, Measure, and then hold down Command, that's Control on Windows. Click and drag, and you can measure. So yeah, it's 46 right now. It's a touch small, and that's kind of what I thought was happening. I'd rather be a touch too big than a touch too small. So let's edit, transform with both these selected, and we're gonna bump this up to like 53. There we go. Sater says, all right, time to go home on time for once. Catch y'all tomorrow. Sounds good. Yeah, we're wrapping up in like the next 10 minutes. Perfect timing. Good shift today. Then he says later, safe drive and fun chatting with you. Alrighty. I'm so excited. It's my last time having to try to spell this dude's name. Nuckelevee. I have pulled up the pronunciation for this like 1,000 times, and I just immediately forget how you're supposed to say it. And every time I add new syllables to it. Nuckelevee. I'm close-ish. We're just gonna call him Knuckles. Alright, this is gonna be no base. And decorative face. Beautiful. Where is it? Where'd you go? There it is. Perfect. Yeah, it's screaming at something as non-manifold. You're fine. Not my first rodeo. David says, Mia, heads up. I can already tell you I failed my goal today. This night pose is kicking my kidney. Yep, isn't it? It's funny how like it's things that you're like, oh, I can do this. And it's like, no, you can't. And that's why it's important to set expectations every day. So you can see if you're hitting them or not. And then over time, your expectations become more and more accurate. So it's not a failure. You just gained more information. Does that make sense? Great shift, guys. This has been great. And me and Buzz was like, yeah, I thought you were going to call him Knuckles to make it easy on yourself. Yeah, and then I didn't. He's so cool. I know. I don't know. There was a texture that I wanted to do on this that I didn't because I'm not at that skill level yet. And I know that, and that's okay. But I'm thinking about it and I'm like, there's room for my tertiary shapes to improve for sure. And I'm really excited about that. For now, this is pretty good. I don't mind being here. This isn't bad at all. All right, y'all. Great stream. We're going to just hop right on to closing time. All right, last call. If you guys have any last minute questions, now is the time to ask. If not, same time tomorrow. So starting at 11 a.m. or really around noon Eastern time. And it'll be Thursday. The week is almost over. Crazy. Meme Cat. That's gotta be Mean Cat from... Anyway, if you're still here, thanks for joining the Discord server. Happy to have you. Alright, and then in the Peasant Social Hub right now, Reaper is drawing and Foxy and Pixel are hanging out. So if you want to hang out and chat, if you're still feeling social, hang out in the Discord of the Peasant Social Pub and you can do just that. You don't have to join with your mic, but if you're not going to talk, mute your mic. Alright, y'all. You take care and I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Bye.